That's why I forgot. I knew I was forgetting something. Anyway. Go here. VTuber assets, 100 line, edit. Routes completed. 60. Save. Does that. 100 lines a little bit large, so let's fix that. That's not why I meant to click on it, you know that. Cut. Game audio's on, mic's on. Desktop audio is muted. Mix it up with tits are live. Okay, everything should be set then. Let's get started then. So, last time on Last Defense Academy, we finished up the romance route. AKA the snooze fest route. In doing so, we've hit a cross point. In short, we are unable to go to the other decision that romance branches off of because of the fact that it requires story locks. Story locks which involve going all the way back to the first ever decision of deciding to kill Ado or not, and deciding to kill him and get to the routes that come as a result of that. I believe we specifically need slasher and mystery for that. But what we're trying to do is we're going to start making our way back from the very last numerical order. And from there, branching out, getting all of this done. And then once we get all the Kill Ado routes done, we come back down here. And we do this route as our final route. Which I think is what the game technically intends. But that's our current plan. So. Alright, let's let our poor boy rest. He's had enough of, being constantly nauseous around disgusting humans. That's right, just like the Undying Flames boy said, I came back so I could change the future. If I let Ado live, his history might repeat itself. I don't want that to happen. Then my choice is clear. I need to end his life, here and now. Oh, ooh, interesting. It's an extermination cutscene. Does this mean we're finally going to see what happens when you get over 10 commander kills?
Somebody has to do it. This is it. You're finished.
It was self-boosting? Interesting. Suddenly, I found myself walking to my room. It was almost like I was running from something. I finally made it to the rooftop when I saw them there, as if they had been waiting for me. What's going on with you, Sumino? Why'd you leave the gym without saying anything? Maybe you didn't want to see Atsuki looking like that?
Aha!
You have nothing to worry about, Sumino. You made a wise decision. You did the right thing. He was trying to destroy me, your commanding officer. And that's not all. He was trying to slaughter all of humanity. You're our savior, the hero who saved mankind, so you don't have a single thing you need to regret. I don't know about that. Personally, I get the feeling you're walking down the wrong path. Or perhaps I should say he's straight off the path he was meant to walk as a human being. It may be true that Edo committed many crimes in the future, you know, Takumi. But he hadn't done anything wrong here and now, had he? You've been executed an innocent human being for crimes he might have possibly committed in the future. People can change. I believe so, at least. But you didn't give him the chance. It doesn't sound like the right thing to do to me. Shut up. Do you think I don't know that already? You don't have to shove it down my throat. I clenched my fist and practically barked my rebuttal at the ghost boy before running off to my room. It was oppressively silent in my room. I didn't bother to turn the lights on. I just sank into a corner and wrapped my arms around my knees. I did the right thing. I did the right thing. I repeated this to myself over and over again.
You're our savior. The hero who saved mankind. So you don't have a single thing you need to regret.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. But why can't I stop thinking about what he said after?
You've executed an innocent human being for crimes he might have possibly committed in the future. People can change. I believe so, at least. But you didn't give him the chance.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! I covered my ears and squeezed my eyes shut. But when I did, I could see Edo, now a blackened lump of flesh, staring at me hatefully. My eyes flew open. I was so scared to so much as blink. I focused on my breathing, the only sound in the room, and spent the night curled into a ball, my eyes wide open the entire time. Takumi, what the hell, man? Why did you, Edo, eat? Everyone's cold eyes pierced through me as I stepped into the cafeteria. They were all staring at me suspiciously. We all saw the body in the gym. And then Sierra showed up. Right, I explained what happened to everyone. I told him that he came back from the future. I told him Edo was abnormal and that he tried to destroy me last night. I told him everything, but they seemed reluctant to believe me. Obviously, you tell us he came back from the future, and you think any of us are dumb enough to just be like, oh, well, if you say so. Yeah, none of us are that stupid. If a useless single-celled organism like me might be permitted to speak up, are we sure Takumi is experiencing some sort of delusion? At the very least, there's no way he can prove he's not. That would mean Mr. Sumino got caught up in this delusion and ended up murdering someone. That would make him the abnormal one around here. Kako's words weighed heavily on me, but it wasn't true. I'm not sure if I made the right choice last night. I still don't have confidence in my decision, even though I already made it. But what I experienced last time really happened. There's no way it was a delusion. I need him to understand that, if nothing else. Everyone, hear me out. It's a long story, but I looked right into everyone's eyes as I began to recount what I knew about the previous 100 days. I told him everything that happened. World Death, Crypto Globin, the Exodus Project, the artificial satellite. I told him about the boy native on Dying Flames and his infant body in the defense room. Even the existence of Second to Last Defense Academy and the 5 other fighters there under the command of Nigo. The only thing I left out was what I learned about Nozomi, the secrets she shared with me that first time were between her and me. It was the night by the time I was done talking. Hey there, Knuckle. But still, the doubt in their faces never left. I knew why, too. It's because I had killed Edo. In their eyes, my story was nothing more than an elaborate and a lengthy excuse. Like I was trying to confuse them by weaving a fantastical, impossible tale. I see. I think I understand. It doesn't look that way to me. I simply mean I understand what you think happened. Whether it's true or not is another story. Talking anymore is just a waste of time. Why don't we call it for today and get out of here? Alright, it's late now. But what do we do with Edo's body? It's still lying there in the gym. Should we bury him? Wait, would it be so pitiful to bury him when he looks like a burnt pretzel stick? I wish I could do something about that. Like what? Restore his body to how it used to be, perhaps? Is that even possible? Obviously, I can't do it, but maybe Sire. Oh, well, I mean, it's not that I can't do it, but that's a super secret technique written at the very end of the super secret commanding officer manual. So how in the world did you know about it, Shizuhara? Just a guess. A guess. But why would we do that? I told you, it's such a pity. We don't know if he really was a traitor or not. A body deserves dignity no matter what sins that person may have committed in life. Isn't it only normal to want a body in such a tragic state to look more like how it used to be? No one objected to her suggestion, so Cedar reluctantly agreed. He must have decided it wasn't worth antagonizing everyone over it when it was only our third day here. And so we transported Ado's body to a classroom on the second floor. It's so cold. What is this room? It's a morgue. A morgue? What? I don't remember that from the last time. You never used it. Well, in a way, that's a good thing. This is where we store bodies whose causes of death are unknown. Say one of you got killed by an unknown weapon during a defensive battle. A bioweapon or nanomachines or something like that. In that case, we need to dissect you in order to properly determine the cause. We need a place to store the bodies in a situation like that, which is why we have this room. The temperature is set really low to keep the bodies from decomposing. Oh, so that's what this room is. When Takumi jumped to this timeline. So that's where he was when we jumped this timeline. Everyone hunched their shoulders against the cold as they looked around the room. Their breath steamed in the air. Well then, I'm going to get started on restoring the body. Would you all mind stepping out? How long will it take? I should have it done by tomorrow morning. Oh right, one last thing. We were about to leave when Siri stopped us. I know it's sudden, but as of today, I'd like to officially designate Sumino as the Special Defense Unit team's leader. You saved me, Sumino, and you know the future. Plus you have red hair, so I'm sure you'll make a great leader. What kind of reason is that? I will not entertain any objections. That's an order from your commanding officer. Disobey and you will be court-martialed. You're to do as Sumino says starting from tomorrow. Got it? We returned to the roof. Everybody's faces were even more gloomy having seen Ado's body up close. They all vanished inside the rooms without saying a word. Left on my own, I casually glanced up at the sky and saw the satellite. The artificial satellite hung in the sky, lit with countless mechanical lights. It felt further away than the last time I saw it. Just then, I heard a pop inside my head. The very next moment, I was suddenly unconscious. What? Did we get tased by Siri? We might have gotten tased by Siri. In the morning, I skipped going to the cafeteria and went back there instead. Somebody else had got there before me. Hiroko. Good morning. Did you eat breakfast? No, not yet. I'm not hungry. I could maybe go for... Takumi. So in literally all the kill Ado routes, Takumi is a gi. Oh my god. I could maybe go for a frog though.
Ow.
A frog. Forget that. What are you doing here? After a moment of silence, Hiroko answered. Probably for the same reason you are. I wanted to see the results of the restoration. Siri's not here. Does that mean he's done? Only one way to find out. Hiroko approached the body. Do you remember how Kako and Nozomi were like replaced by murderous parasites? That's the gi. She stopped in front of it and quickly pulled back the sheet covering up Ado's body. Because it was explained at the end of Box of Calamity that frogs is like a contamination vector or something like that. For them to reproduce. Because Nozomi mentioned craving frogs are pretty early on in the Box of Calamity route. Most likely what happened, if I had to guess, Kako G ended up in this timeline from where Hiroko warped it or whatever during Box of Calamity early on. And she already went and balked Takumi. That's my guess. But we'll see. I was not expecting Takumi to get taken over by Gi fucking on day 3. She stopped in front of it and quickly pulled back the sheet covering Ado's body.
Looks like it's done. At the very least, he's not a burnt pretzel anymore.
That explains how, in the box of was it box of calamity? In pre-romance, that, even though Ada was described to have all his blood drained or whatever, he still looked pretty normal looking. Siri restored him in this timeline. Okay. Hey, we're getting answers. I felt vaguely relieved seeing him. Of course, I haven't forgiven him for what he's done to us last time. But I felt some guilt about bringing him to such an undignified end. Now that his body was back to the way it used to be, the painful mass of emotions within me eased a little.
It feels wrong to bury him in the dirt after all this effort to get him so pristine. Why don't we leave him like this for a little longer?
Hiriko covered him with the sheet once more. No sooner had she finished than Gaku came barreling into the room. There you guys are! We found something fucked up! Come look! Mess fucked up. Just hurry! You'll see for yourself! Hiriko and I practically flew down the stairs as we followed Gaku to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon our arrival. The fuck is this? Spray paint. Someone sprayed a message on the digital blackboard. I looked at the message. Leave the school now or I'll kill you all. I was the first one to find it. I finished breakfast early and was wandering around the school when I saw this. Then he came back to the cafeteria and told us about it. We all came running to see for ourselves. But who would pull some kind of dumb prank like this? Prank. I said what I said. Who would take this shit seriously? Looks like some snot-nosed kid wrote it. Oh, I believe it though. It made me way more interesting that way. I smell a killing game in the air. Whether it's serious or not, we do not know if it's the work of an invader. The alarm would have gone up if one of them tried to get in here. They don't know our language. On top of that, I doubt it could have been one of them. What if it was Ado? Huh? Maybe the restoration brought him back, like a zombie. I don't think that's possible. His experience may have been restored, but his cryptoglobin is gone. And besides, we just saw him. He definitely wasn't breathing. So that means the person behind this threat is in the room with us now. Everybody glanced around, trying to see what everyone else was thinking. Their eyes were filled with distrust and unease. Wait, but hold on. There's one other person it could be, right? Everyone seemed to have an idea of what I was getting at. That's right, Siri! I definitely wouldn't put it past him. But why would he write a threatening message like this? We can figure that out later. For now, we need to find him. And so began the hunt for Siri. We found him only seconds later. It turned out he was very close to the classroom.
No!
Okay, so either while he was blacked out, Takumi G ended up destroying Siri and writing the message, or Kakuji is behind it. Considering that this is before second to last Defense Academy is involved, Nozomi can't be involved yet. Unless she is hiding somewhere as the 16th student in Hope's Peak Academy. Anyway, no.
Siri?
What the hell? You're kidding!
Why? How could this happen to him?
Everyone was deeply disturbed, but in the shock I felt went far beyond theirs. After all, I had seen this very scene before, the last time I went through this. Back then, Ada was responsible for it, but Ada didn't exist in this world any longer. I had killed him myself 2 days earlier. And yet, the same thing was happening all over again. The whole reason I fought Ada in the first place was to prevent this. So how? Why? We returned to the classroom in a daze. Everyone stood around in silence for some time. Their eyes were cast downward, expressions grave. Finally, Gaku broke the silence. Takamaru, do you still think this is all a prank? But if this isn't a prank, then it's just not fair. They didn't even give us a chance to leave. Maybe it means the kill you all part will start as soon as we see the message. Still, it's not right. It is highly probable that Siri was destroyed before we woke up. Someone would have noticed otherwise. That means it happened before Gaku found the message. So one of us had to die before we even knew we were being threatened. How utterly unreasonable. In movies, terrorists always set off a small-scale explosion, then claim responsibility, right? Once everyone knows it's not a prank, they announce that they're going to carry out another crime. Darumi had a point. It was possible the culprit did this to Syria to show they were serious. In that case, we'd be fine so long as we did what they demanded. Temporarily leaving the school and seeing what happened before returning would be the safest option. But there was no guarantee that the person who wrote the message was the same person who destroyed Syria. It wasn't out of the question that the message really was just a prank. But even if it was, we'd still have to deal with the threat of whoever destroyed Syria still being nearby. For now, I needed to figure out if we listen to the message or not. Do we leave the school, or do we ignore it and stay? It's up to me to decide. Now then, if I got this correctly, I have two choices I have to make a guided decision on in order to get the mystery. So for the time being, we stay at Last Defense Academy.
Hey guys, listen. We can't listen to the message.
Why?
Ah!
The enemy could attack any day now. We can't just leave this place unprotected. Hey, didn't you come back in the future? That means you should know exactly when the enemy will attack, right? So, when's the next attack? The next one is 3 days from now on day 7. Then what's the big deal with leaving this place empty until then? It's just a matter of going outside the wall of fire and coming back in 3 days, right? Yeah. Well, we technically comply with what that message says, and the culprit would need to see a follow-through with their threat. The next attack being 3 days a day is what I remember from last time. But there's no guarantee the enemy will act in the same way this time. Because you may have already changed the course of history by coming back to the past. Is that what you're trying to say? I nodded. There is another thing to consider. Can we really trust the culprit to keep their word and leave the academy alone while we're gone? We're talking about someone who did something that vicious to Searay before we even saw the message. There's no way a person like that's ever going to keep their word, ergo this has to be a trap. I've got no clue who could it be. Only thing we can figure out is that they're an invader trying to nab the baby in a defense room while we're gone. You just said you thought it was a prank. Shut up! Things are different now that Searay's been wrecked. I personally think we should just ignore that message. That'll launch the culprit into slaughter mode, right? Now that's the kind of show I'd pay for the nose to watch. My sad excuse of existence will surely be the first to be eliminated. Oh, I'll fall for the idea, of course. After all, even the tiniest bacteria has more work than an atomized speck of fractional dust like me. So if we take a head count, there are 6 of us who want to stay. Takumi, Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, and the Sakuma twins. If we're going by majority vote, those who want to remain have already won, right? Seriously? Are you all out of your minds? Nobody's stopping you from going out there yourself. Outside the wall of fire. I dare say that's what the culprits are really aiming for. Unless they manage to isolate someone, the real fun begins. Gaku started shaking like a leaf. Alright, fine. Just don't say I didn't warn you. In the end, we decided to ignore the message and remain at the academy. Nobody knew how the culprit would react. Just in case, we decided that everyone would move together as a unit during the day as a safety measure. As we did, the sun set at night, sunset and the night approached. I guess the announcements must be pre-recorded, huh? Yes, Siri told me about him earlier. Nothing happened in the end. Whoever wrote that message was bluffing. Can you make up your mind? Do you want us to take the message seriously or not? Right now, no. The situation's changed. So I'm going back to my room to hit the sack. Whoa. Did you just willingly trigger your own death flag? I ain't got time for this. We ain't some freaking game or movie. Takemaru, mind the fourth wall. But there's no denying that the person who destroyed Sierra is still around. Yes, hiding somewhere in the school. Or, it's also possible they're hiding somewhere among us. Everybody abruptly stopped what you're doing at the Hiriko's statement. We all glanced around, scrutinizing each other nervously. I see how it is. Safer for all of us to just sleep in our own rooms then. Well, at least that room's locked, so we don't have to worry about anyone killing him while we sleep. Hiriko is only mentioning that as a possibility. I refuse to believe the culprit could be one of us.
Huh?
Let's not start suspecting each other. We'd be playing directly into the culprit's hands. Told you they were just bluffing with that message. Whoever's behind it probably gets a kick out of seeing us run around like headless chickens. That's all. Tell that to Sarah's mangled remains. Sarah is targeted because he was a machine. Damaging a metal contraption completely different from killing a flesh and blood person. Are you trying to say the culprit wouldn't harm us because we're human? I'm just guessing, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyway, I'm heading back to my room. Ooh, let's see what tomorrow morning brings. Takamaru in the room he left after that, followed by Ima and Kako. As long as we're together, no one can hurt us. They held hands and left the cafeteria together. Good night, everyone. Sorry, my body's so poorly formed I can't fall asleep without a bed. Tsubasa and Shoma both said they didn't think the culprit could be among us, but as I watched them leave, it occurred to me they probably had their suspicions. Hiriko, Gaku, and I were the only ones left in the cafeteria. What? This is ridiculous. Why can't everyone see that the best way to stay safe is to stick together? Everyone's already gone, though, except the three of us. If the two of you are working together, I'd probably be assaulted tonight. Are you inviting us too? Of course I'm not. Get your mind out of the gutter. Right. On the other hand, I'd be the one in hot soup if you two are the ones behind this. We're not, but I have no way of proving that. I guess going back to our rooms to rest really is the only thing we can do now. Indeed, casting aspersions at each other won't help us sleep any better. Fine. I'll go too, but only because there's no other choice. Gaku, shut your bitch ass up. And so we all went back to our rooms to turn in for the night. I tossed and turned restlessly on my bed. My eyes were closed, but my sleep kept evading me. Who wrote that message and destroyed Sire? Is the culprit really one of us? No, there's no way. That means the culprit's still hiding somewhere in the school. They couldn't have escaped outside the wall of fire after destroying Sire and writing that message. Hang on, are we sure the person who wrote the message and the person who destroyed Sire are one and the same? We just automatically assume so, but there's no indication that they are. If it wasn't the same person, they're actually up against two different people. How'd things end up like this? I ruffled my hair violently while curling up on my bed. Midnight was just around the corner. Soon it would be day 5. It's 12:55 a.m. It hasn't even been an hour since the new day began. A visitor, at this time. Thinking it might be the culprit, I was unnerved, but until I realized this would give me a great chance to capture them. It could very well be someone asking for help, too. Whoever it was, I had no reason to ignore him. Let's do this. Gathering my wits, I opened the room door cautiously. I looked around before stepping out. There was nobody to be seen anywhere. Was it a prank or a hallucination? Just as I turned around to go back in the room, a sharp pain exploded at the back of my head, quickly rendering me unconscious. Again, Takumi? When I next came to, I realized I was in my bed, even though I had lost consciousness outside my room last night. Was that a dream? Was I just half asleep? I adjusted back my neck and no thoughts ran through my mind. A dull aching pain greeted me. It wasn't a dream. I stepped outside last night and someone jumped on me from above. They'd probably been hiding on a rooftop. They punched or kicked me, I'm not sure which, on the back of my head. But who and why? Was it a person who wrote that message and destroyed Sire? In that case, why am I still alive? And even went out of their way to move me back to my bed. Just then, the door slammed violently open and Tsubasa ran inside. It's Takumi, it's Gaku. Gaku's... What happened? Just go to the classroom on the first floor quickly. The same room we found the message in. I'll go let the others know. Did you leave your door unlocked? Or did the person leave the door unlocked? Or is she just super fucking strong? I ran downstairs so quickly I thought I might trip and fall. Getting to the classroom was the only thing on my mind. Soon the classroom came within view. I dashed inside and what greeted me was...
What is this?
I could hear the others entering the classroom behind me.
No!
What the hell?
Mr. Mariko!
Why? Gaku? Hey, Gaku! Cut it out! This isn't funny at all! Open your eyes, man! Wake up! I said wake up, Gaku!
Narumi kept shaking Gaku's shoulders. He didn't respond. First, he started shaking him harder. Hiriko slowly pulled her arms around Narumi and gently pulled her away. Hiriko, that's gay.
Hey, why don't we just use the Revivomatic?
Right! If we move Gaku to the infirmary, we can...
It won't work. The Revivomatic can only revive a person who only just died. That's what it says in the manual. Can
When did
we
you read the
define
manual?
Just? It doesn't give a specific number, but definitely not 3 hours.
Why do you know it's 3 hours?
3 hours?
You can tell by the dry and discolored blood. It's been at least 3 hours since he was killed.
I'm calling bullshit. Kaku's definitely a gi.
And besides, look at the amount of blood he's lost. You know how the Revivomatic works. You need to have cryptoglobin in your body.
But we couldn't just give up without doing anything. We moved Gaku's body to the infirmary and put him in a corpse recovery drone and placed him in a biomatic. Oh, hey Coco. I mean, we're going on mystery route, so fair enough. I don't think she actually knows that. Because it's either something from the detective work that she wants to get involved in, which means that's likely fiction, or it actually happened 3 hours ago, and she knows this because she fucking killed him because she's a G. However, unfortunately, Kako is right. The Revivomatic's analysis monitor was located at the back of the device. They all looked at the information together. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 5 between 1 and 4 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. Murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 1 foot long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Doesn't something seem off to you guys? Why didn't that course recovery drone do his job earlier? You're right. If the drone had flown over to collect Gaku's body the moment he died, this wouldn't have happened. Upon hearing that, Tsubasa sprung into action. She went back to the analysis monitor. After fiddling with the terminal for a while, she took several steps back in shock. The drone itself is working correctly, but someone has overridden the program that controls it. What? The code is too difficult to hack even for me. There's no way we can restore the original programming now. The new settings say that the drone doesn't activate if an STU member dies outside of a defensive battle. You can't be serious. Who would do such a thing? Do you even need to ask? It's obviously the same person that killed Gaku. Silence filled the air and nobody spoke for a while. Then Takamaru mumbled something. Shit, this is all my fault. I kept insisting the culprit was bluffing. Gaku wouldn't have died if I believed him. I don't know about that. The same thing may have happened even if we had all slept together in the cafeteria last night. Or maybe things would have been worse. What do you mean? I'll explain later. A few hours later, we managed to regain our composure somewhat and started cleaning up the classroom. It just didn't seem right to leave all that blood on the floor. We also made sure to thoroughly check for possible clues that might lead us to the murderer while we cleaned. Ultimately, we came to the realization that the killer had left nothing behind. No footprints, no bodily fluids, not even a single strand of hair. Once we were done, we decided to take care of the vestige as well. The message that was the cause of everything. The mere sight of it nauseated me. We angrily and vigorously scrubbed the message with solvents until it disappeared. Tsubasa and Soma crying as they worked. Before we knew it, the sun had already set and we were surrounded by darkness. Then we started our next test. Transporting Gaku's dead body from the infirmary to the morgue.
Huh?
Hey, why are we moving his body here? Shouldn't we be giving him a dignified burial? The corpse is a silent witness to whatever lies. Burying it would mean losing valuable clues. That reminds me, you mentioned that you were trying to become a detective in my previous timeline. And then Ema said he was your brilliant, talented assistant or something. I said that. Yes, now do you believe I traveled back in time? I'm not sure. That's not particularly convincing evidence. Am I right to assume you're interested in helping out with the investigation, Kako? Yes. Then share your observations with us, great detective. Who is the most likely suspect in your eyes? Wait, we need to figure things like this out step by step. She tapped a finger on her temple. First of all, Tsubasa was the first person to find the body, right? Yes, I woke up before the morning announcement, so I went to the classroom on the first floor. I was trying to see if we missed any clues that could have pointed us to the identity of the person who wrote the message. Then I found Gaku on the floor, like that. The question is, why did the killer murder him so brutally? He was stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen. If killing him had been the objective, they could have simply aimed directly for the heart. The number of stab wounds usually indicates some sort of powerful personal grudge. It feels more like anger than a grudge to me. The killer is the same person who wrote the message, right? And they got angry because we didn't follow their instructions. Or the fellow is just trying to make an example out of someone. Thinking they could strike fear in our hearts by killing someone in the most visceral way possible. I think their objective was even simpler than that. Right, Tal? To bleed as much cryptoglobin out as much as possible so that way we couldn't possibly revive Gaku even if we found his body right away. That would mean the killer is very familiar with the Special Defense Unit's members and how our bodies work. In short, there's a very high probability that the killer is one of us. Everyone fell silent at that. But nobody seemed as shaken up as they were yesterday, as if they had already come to this conclusion deep inside. That's why, back in the infirmary, I said that things would have been worse if we had all slept together in the cafeteria. Because the killer would have assassinated everyone in their sleep. Yes, after drugging us with sleep medicine or something. That's unthinkable, and not just possible. One of us here is the killer? The alarm didn't sound. That means nobody has breached the Academy's defenses. Oh, and before you bring it up, no, Edo couldn't have done it either. Because she walked to one of the dead bodies, stood in front of it, and promptly pulled out the sheet that was covering it.
See? He's not breathing and has no pulse. It's literally impossible for Edo to be the killer. Unless he somehow turned into a zombie.
We'll worry about that in Slasher Route. Everyone saw what Gaku's estimated time of death on the Revival-matic was. Yes, I think it was between 1 and 4 a.m. last night. I'm going to have to ask each and every one of you where you were and what you were doing at that time. Everyone said they'd been sleeping in their own rooms other than Ema. Ema was... I was sleeping in my dear sister's room. Which means only my dear sister and I have valid alibis. The testimony of a sibling is unreliable. Yes, I was expecting you to say that. Wait, so none of us have proper alibis? Hang on. Nobody's asked Takumi where he's been yet. Oh, right. What about you, Takumi? I mean, your answer's probably going to be the same. I hesitate for a moment. Telling the truth would make me seem questionable. But if it ever came to light that I lied this time, I definitely was suspicious then. So I decided to go ahead and tell everyone what happened to me last night around 1 a.m. Say what? Someone came out of nowhere and knocked you out. And then you woke up to the sound of the morning announcement in your bed. Yes, more or less. The person who knocked me out had to be the killer. Why only tell us about this now? I couldn't find a good time to bring it up. Really, but so much time has already passed since we found Gaku's body. Everyone looked at me with suspicion in their eyes, caused my heart to beat faster. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. So you say, but that time traveling thing has got to be just a big fat lie. Yes, you killed Edo for some reason and made up that tall tale in order to justify your actions. No. That would actually explain why Siri was destroyed too. Siri was the only one present when Edo was killed. He was the only one who knew the truth. When Siri tried to blackmail Takumi using that incident, Takumi destroyed him in order to silence him. Why would I do that? And what about the message? I was the first one to propose we stay in this academy. Besides, there's no reason for me to kill Gaku. Absolutely no reason at all. You're coming apart at the seams. Nobody said anything about you killing Mr. Maruka. You were all looking at me as if you thought I was the killer. I spent hours trying to prove my innocence to the others, but there was nothing convincing I could use to clear my name. Takamaru, Darumi, Shomei, and the Sukuma twins were especially unwilling to give me any benefit of the doubt. Well then, sister dears, let us fall asleep under the same roof again tonight. Yes, like I said before, it's more dangerous for everyone to be sleeping together. Sleeping with the person you trust the most is the best way to deal with this. Takamaru, will you please allow this worm to burrow in your room tonight? What are you saying? You're the person I trust the most. Or are you afraid that I might actually be the killer? Don't be stupid, you idiot. I just kill you right back. That means I'm staying in Mistress Hiroko's rooms tonight. You can kill me anytime you please, my mistress. Okay, so the toxic fury is already happening. I'm sorry, but you're on your own. But why? You may end up killing me for all I know. Besides, I've already been reserved by someone else. Someone else? Hiroko's staying with me tonight. No! Your only option left is Takumi. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna throw myself into the arms of the serial killer. Standards on who gets to kill me, you know. Everyone retired to their chosen rooms after deciding on sleeping arrangements. I trust my way back to my own room as well. I had just returned to my room when the doorbell rang. The door swung open and in walked Hiroko Tsubasa. What's the matter? Just so we're clear, this does not mean we trust you or anything. What? You came all the way just to tell me that? Let me finish. We don't trust you, but we see no reason for you to be suspicious of you either. Unlike the other 5. Okay, that's nice to hear. And? If what you've been saying is true, there's going to be an enemy attack in 2 days' time on day 7, right? According to what I've lived through, yes. When that happens, I intend to fight, but it's unlikely the other 5 will be willing to follow you. So you're saying there's a high chance they won't join the fight, even if Takamaru and Darumi, who fought on day 1. Tsubasa's trying to say she's willing to lend you a hand. I can't just sit back and let you and Hiroko fight the invaders by yourselves. Besides, it's a game over for us anyway if we lose. A combat party of 3 isn't going to be strong enough. Which is why I'm thinking of calling in reinforcements. From where? You once mentioned a second to last defense academy that's being protected by 5 special defense unit members, right? Oh, I get it. You want to bring them here. It was inevitable that we would one day have to go to the second to last defense academy anyway. That academy was attacked on day 10 and Moko was killed. I've been pushing it to the back of my mind because I thought we still had time. Not that we had any spare time to be thinking about going there at all. It did make sense to go over there as soon as possible, so I agreed to Hiroko Tsubasa's plan. Are you both coming with me? Of course. Then we set off at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. 6! The campus is quite a distance from here, isn't it? Yeah. We should start early then. We also have to ensure we can make it back before the enemy attack on day 7. That's a good point. That's settled then. We'll be taking our leave now. We'll go tell the others about this. Thank you. They nodded and left the room. There was just one thing bothering me. Was it really a good idea to leave 5 people behind in an academy with a serial killer on the loose? That said, I really did want to reach the second campus before Moko got killed on day 10. Since we needed reinforcements before the next offensive battle, going there tomorrow was indeed the best option we had. It wouldn't make sense for all of us to go anyway, and leaving just 2 or 3 to protect the school alone wouldn't be any better. In fact, it would be worse because that would just make them easier targets for the killer. I concluded that the safest thing to do was to go there with Hiroko and Tsubasa. I hope we can meet the team from the second academy tomorrow. Yoshika, Moko, Kurara, Yugamu, and Nozomi. The possibility of seeing them again did nothing to loosen the tight knot in my stomach. After all, a friend had just been violently murdered today. I couldn't get the sight of Gaku's mangled body out of my mind. At 6 a.m., I went straight to the entrance hall where Hiroko and Tsubasa were already waiting for me. You're 10 seconds late. 10 seconds. A split second of distraction can prove fatal in battle. You'll do well to remember that. Yes, ma'am. I mindlessly responded to Hiroko while looking around. I didn't see anyone else. They're not even going to see us off, huh? I mean, they believe you're a serial killer, you know? Nothing I could do about that. How'd you break the news to them?
Oh.
I just told them plainly. They said we needed to bring in a second team to increase our combat power. And they didn't criticize you for daring to follow a serial killer there? They sure did, which is why I asked them nicely if they'd rather we left that serial killer behind with them. Suddenly, letting just the three of us go became the best thing since sliced bread. Okay. We could chat later. Let's be on our way.
Oh?
Look over there. That looks like a shortcut. Let's go check it out. Phew, we finally arrived.
Oh?
So this is the place. Second to last defense academy. As we got closer, I saw her. Nozomi. My pulse started racing. My breathing got heavier. I felt an uncontrollable burning in my chest. Nozomi was alive. She was alive again and right here in front of me. And without thinking, I almost reached out to touch her. But I fought that impulse and pulled it back. Huh? Who are you guys? Words simply failed me. While I was still busy being incoherent, Nico and the others showed up as well. Are you perhaps from Last Defense Academy? How did you know that? Your class armor. Is there something you guys needed? Yes, actually. After moving the conversation to the cafeteria and introducing ourselves, we told everyone what had happened at Last Defense Academy. About Ado, the threatening message, Serious destruction, all of it. Even about Gaku's murder and me traveling back in time. I also shared everything that had happened in the 100 days I had previously gone through. What greeted me at the end was silence. Nico had stopped moving and had a dazed, distant look in his eyes. Serious destruction must have been too much for him. None of the others from the second academy had anything to say either. They all stood frozen, mouths agape in astonishment. I see. Thanks to the massive info dump, I guess. I'm still trying to process everything, but I more or less get what you're trying to say. The long and short of the matter is that Last Defense Academy is currently in quite a bit of a pickle. Am I right to say that? Yeah. Then we have to go there right away. Since this place is just a decoy, there's no need for us to protect it anymore. The enemy will be attacking the academy tomorrow, right? Now we must hasten our steps. And get there by today. Thank you. We would greatly appreciate the backup. Nigo, is the school bus available? Hey, Nigo, can you hear me? Oh yes, the bus is available. Great, we'll meet in the parking lot after everyone here gets ready. Takumi, Hiriko, and Tsubasa, you guys can go there first. It's don't worry, I know where it is. I'm packed and ready to go. Onwards to Last Defense Academy. We all started walking toward the bus, except for Nigo, who hadn't moved from his spot at all. As soon as we noticed, we stopped walking. Something wrong, Nigo. I cannot go. What? I've been ordered to guard Second Last Defense Academy with my life. Therefore, I am unable to abandon it. Ordered? By who? Your superior officer, the one who got destroyed. No, this order came from the higher-ups on the artificial satellite. No. Can't you defy him somehow? We all tried to talk Nigo out of staying, but he refused to abandon his post. We have no choice but to leave him behind. But... it's already night and we're running out of time. We have to go now. I'll do just fine, everybody. You see, there is no commanding officer at Last Defense Academy right now. So if I open a dialogue with the higher-ups about this, they may reassign me there. Fine. Hurry up and do that dialogue thing with your superiors and come over as soon as you can, understood? We'll be waiting for you over there. Thank you. Be careful. And so we had to part ways with Nigo. After exchanging firm handshakes, we boarded the school bus. We decided to let Tsubasa drive as she had the most experience with vehicles, and then...
Alright, let's go.
She floored the accelerator and the bus peeled off. We made our way toward our base, Last Defense Academy. After a short while after setting off, I started a conversation with the 5 members of the Second Academy.
First of all, I'm grateful that you decided to come with us. Am I also right to assume that you believed what I said?
What you said?
About coming back from the future.
It's too much of a coincidence to be made up.
What is more, you possess knowledge about us that we have revealed to none but ourselves.
We believe you only because it makes sense to, not because we want to.
I believe you, Takumi.
Thank you, everyone. You have no idea how glad this makes me. Because nobody in the other academy believes me at all.
Including those 2 over there?
The 5 of them turned to stare at Hiroko and Tsubasa.
You don't believe him? Can you not see the pureness in his eyes? His very soul itself!
They kept looking at Hiroko and Tsubasa in plain and undisguised disgust. The 2 eventually caved under the weight of their collective stares.
Fine. I believe him.
What, you do? I guess I should too then.
Seriously? That's all it took? I held back from speaking my thoughts out loud. The reasoning didn't matter as long as they believed me. With this, there were now more people who believed me than those who didn't. It made me feel more at ease after going through those terrible things yesterday. As the bus kept rumbling on, the pleasant swaying sensation made me so drowsy I almost fell asleep. Eventually, the sight of the wall of fire slowly came into view for the windshield of the bus. Oh, Mistress Hiroko, I'm so glad you're safe and sound. I was so sure the serial killer would be coming back by himself. Oof. Thank goodness you're both okay.
Hey!
What about me? By the way, are those guys with you? Nameless NPCs. Hello there, my name is Nozomi Kirafushi. By the way, Kaka, why do you, of all people, calling them nameless NPCs?
No!
I'm Fukumojiro, the apocalyptic maiden of destruction. Kiyoshika Magadori, at your service. Bow your heads, peasants. I'm Kurara Ozuzuki, the great and powerful. And I'm Yugami Omokage, teenage assassin, homophobic romantic, and all-around nice guy. They're neither nameless nor NPCs. They're totally trying to assert themselves as main characters. We should introduce ourselves too. That's alright, we've already heard about you on the bus. Well, that saves us a lot of time. What are we waiting for then? It's time to play some games where losers have to get their nails ripped off for shits and giggles. Wow, that sounds like my kind of fun. I'm not playing! We have a battle coming up tomorrow. Now that the introductions are over, we should rest up until then. So you guys really are gonna fight together with us?
Yeah!
You know it! It's the very reason we have come here. But why would you help us? Why do you even need to ask? It's because we all have the same ultimate goal in mind. Ultimate goal. From here on, we just protect the baby in the defense room until day 100, right? Then the missiles he's been charging up will all be launched in all directions. All the invaders will be wiped out, and that'll be the end of world death. But right before, we'll shoot off in the escape pod to join back up with the rest of humanity on the artificial satellite. Or so we have heard from Sir Takumi. I see no reason to say no. We make it through these 100 days, and everyone's stories end happily. We're with you all the way. The palpable excitement of the 5 members from the Second Academy stood in stark contrast to the sullen moods of those from this academy. What's the matter? They're just feeling awkward because they have no intention of joining us for tomorrow's defensive battle. Whereas you guys will be sent to the battlefield as their substitutes, even though you're new here. Wait, why aren't you joining the fight? I already explained on the way here. They do not trust Takumi's leadership. Oh, that whole time traveling thing? That's just a part of it. Gaku's murder played a bigger part. Right now, they all think Takumi did it. Excuse me? Sir Takumi is the killer? No, of course not. I didn't do it. Sir Takumi has spoken. What is your response? We already discussed this thing to death. But there's no proof yet. Proof of what? Proof of Takumi's innocence. Apprehending the real perpetrator is the best way to settle this. I'll believe you if you can do that. We went back to our room soon after our meeting to rest and recharge for tomorrow's offensive battle. As I flopped down into the bed, I found myself whispering under my breath. The real perpetrator. That's right, I have to find and catch the real culprit. Now is the only way I can regain the trust of those 5 and convince them to help us with the battles again. It was also the quickest way. Ema was absolutely right. And there was another good reason. I wanted to avenge Gaku. He'd never been able to rest in peace if I let the perpetrator get away. But how would I figure out who the real culprit was? Unlike Kako, I didn't have a detective bone in my body. I had a lot to think about. However, the trip to and from the second last defense academy had depleted all my energy. I was swallowed by the darkness of sleep before I could even think about my options. Okay, so Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, Kako, and Ima aren't even gonna come see us off. They won't be joining the battle. Why would they show up? I don't know. They can at least cheer for us, right? Get them, guys! Go risk your lives for us because we don't want to. That doesn't sound like a very morale-boosting cheer at all. Anyway, when is the enemy gonna be showing up? Anytime now. Remember what I told you in the bus yesterday about the commander's special traits? Yes, Sir Takumi. I have it all memorized. The alarm sounded immediately after he said that.
Intruder, defend.
Here, take the lead, Takumi. What? You're our leader, aren't you? Don't you have anything to say to your team before they head out into battle? Oh, right. Is everyone ready? Ready when you are. The Holy Jumanji sword is always ready. She ravenously longs to spill the blood of the wicked. I'm ready. I took a whole bunch of anti-nausea pills, so I made this using my own special formula. Efficacy guaranteed.
Yeah!
Loosen up, Tsubasa. You'll be fine. You got the apocalyptic maid of destruction looking out for you now. Thanks. I trust you. Let's all work together from here out there. Humanity's counting on us. This isn't just for them, but for ourselves, too. We fight for our future. Let's go!
We managed to clear out the minions.
Now we shall deal with the commander.
You mean that person over there?
Wait. Who's that?
On the edge of the battlefield, watching us fight was a figure I didn't recognize.
Is that the commander you guys fought before?
No. That wasn't the one.
Hiriko was right. I'd never seen that person during the whole of my previous 100 days. I had no idea who they were, but they were not a commander I'd fought before, that's for sure.
Hey! Look! There's someone else over there!
Is that the one then?
Yes, it is.
That's the commander we faced our first day here.
How is it I can understand him?
Little Black Riding Hood over there hasn't done anything, though.
Little Black Riding Hood?
See that black hood they're wearing? Name fits to a T.
It's actually Organization 13, but okay. Who is that? Why is someone I've never seen before showing up all of a sudden? Did the timeline change?
Hey, Takumi! Stop staring off into space like some plebeian and start acting like a leader, why don't you?
Yes. Right. Everyone, Concentrate your attacks on the giant commander over there first.
Little Black Riding Hood can wait.
Understood.
Wow.
We did it! We took down the commander!
What about Little Black Riding Hood?
I looked around. A mysterious figure had disappeared at some point during the battle.
Who the heck was that anyway?
Mayhaps a passerby who was on their way to the convenience store?
How does a random passerby simply walk onto a highly secured compound like this?
Well, on the way to the convenience store at
More importantly, what should we do about the commander? He's not dead yet.
Tsubasa pointed to where Murvarum lay on the ground, heavily injured but still breathing.
I think he's trying to say something.
Let me see.
Yugamu knelt over the fallen commander. After a quick but surprisingly thorough examination, he spoke up again.
His vocal cords have been crushed. Someone must have hit him right in the throat.
So, he won't be able to talk then.
That's right.
Even if he could, it's not like we can understand their language.
That's not true. When he first showed up, he told us his name and stuff. Remember?
I am Murvarum, the paragon of order. In the name of order, I will strike you down. That was what I heard.
He was the one who got struck down in the end.
So, back to the topic at hand. What should we do with him? Why are we even discussing this? We kill him and take his cryptoglobin.
Huh?
To survive to day 100, we must fight and win every single battle that is to come. And for that to happen, we must keep getting stronger.
I am of the same mind.
Take him out, Takumi. Make it quick.
He looks so defeated. They were all waiting for me to make the call. I heard my resolve to nod slowly. Oh, we get a pick. We got Yugamu, Torara, Hiruko, Takumi, Tsubasa, Kiyoshika, and Moko. Who are we doing today? Moko?
Alright, I'll finish this one. Anyone else want a piece of me?
It's free Hemo Anima. At night, the 8 of us who had fought in the defensive battle had a small victory party in the cafeteria. We discussed who deserved to be crowned MVP and who had the coolest looking finishing moves. Everyone talked and laughed pleasantly as we reviewed the battle together. Even though a fellow comrade had been killed just 2 days ago, the adrenaline rush of victory had us in high spirits. And then they showed up. The 5 members who hadn't taken part in the battle. Hunger pains got the better of your suspicions? Sorry, but we're not in the business of feeding losers here. None of you did anything to contribute to this victory.
Hey!
Come on, don't be like that. It's just food. What's the big deal? We ain't here to poach your food. Then what are you here for? Just thought it wouldn't be right to not even say thanks, you know? Thanks for what? Thank you for saving the Academy and us. Yes, thank you. From the bottom of my worthless heart, thank you. There's not a need to be so formal. I'd rather hear you say you'll help us out in the next battle. Those are 2 different things.
Yeah!
We still think Mr. Sumino stinks too high heaven. We ain't gotta lift a finger to help until he can prove his innocence. You have to show us concrete proof that he wasn't the killer. Your change hasn't Stance hasn't changed since last night, then. Basically, you want us to find the real murderer. Yes, that is if we can find one, since Takumi may very well be the culprit.
Huh?
The party ended soon after, and we all went back to our own rooms. When I did the same, I found someone waiting for me there. Hi, Shion. Hello, it's been a while. You, why? No way, I get it. You have clues to the identity of the real perpetrator who killed Gaku 2 days ago. And you're here to share them with me, right? Sadly, that's not what I'm here for. I'm aware that one of your friends, Gaku Maruko, was killed by someone. However, I wasn't there when it happened, so I didn't witness the crime. I'm far from omnipresent. While I am able to move instantly to any location I have in mind, I don't have full knowledge of everything that goes on in this academy. That's too bad. What are you actually here for, then? To inform you of something, I'll keep it short. I am not feeling very well right now. Not feeling well? In what sense? Right, you can't tell because I'm in this form. Basically, I'm sick. How did that happen? There is a particular space known as blood space in this world. It is a distinct space filled with cryptoglobin energy. However, a malicious aura from the future has been seeping into a certain part of the space. My true form, the baby, is being badly affected by that aura. You are aware the baby's body is also filled with cryptoglobin energy, yes? That's why the malicious aura is also encroaching on the baby's body. I'm sorry, what exactly are you trying to say? To put it simply, a source of evil intent from this timeline is invading the baby's body. Oh, that leaves me more confused than ever. Then what should I do? What can I do to help? Can I bring the baby some medicine? Wait, if a malicious aura is causing this, I should be bringing an exorcist, right? The only cure is to solve the case in the future that's causing this. The case in the future? Now what happened to Gaku 2 days ago? I did mention the malicious aura is coming from the future, didn't I? Solving the case that produces that aura is the cure to this disease. When now all is settled, the baby's body should make a full recovery. Yes. This also means I won't be able to show myself to you for a while. That's why I wanted to tell you today. So I won't be able to talk to you for a while. Please, don't look so sad. This isn't goodbye forever. It's just, you must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. Then we will be able to see each other again. I'm counting on you. Bye. With that, the ghost boy disappeared from sight. A future case.
Hey!
What case, though? Wait, does this mean there's gonna be another murder? No, he didn't mention anything about the case being a murder case. I prayed that it would be about something completely different. I never wanted to see something like that again. Days of accumulated stress and fatigue finally got to me, and I ended up sleeping for the morning like a log. When I finally woke up, it was afternoon. In fact, the sun was already sinking into the horizon toward the west. That was the exact moment the shrill sound of sirens blasted all around me. That sound immediately expelled the heavy fog clouding my brain.
Intruder defense.
What? Why now? The enemy just came yesterday. Are they attacking us 2 days in a row? And it's only day 8. The next battle should have been on day 17. The timeline was changing. For some reason, it was starting to spiral completely out of control. I better get over to the war room. I rushed frantically out of my room. Oh, Takumi. Now you show up? Everyone else is already here. Sorry, I came as quickly as I could. Everyone, as in everyone who took part in the battle yesterday, in case you misunderstood. The Frightened Five won't be showing up today either, I assume. Are you still harping on that? We must go out and meet the enemy forces immediately, Sir Takumi. Yes, of course. Let's do this. Initiating defensive battle. Lol.
Time is money, and they've certainly wasted a lot.
I can already feel the...
Time is money, and they've certainly wasted a lot of mine.
nice worm shower waiting for me.
Careful. The battle isn't over yet. Look over there.
You filthy little creatures are an affront to God and his teachings. Merely I must eliminate you before this infection spreads.
Hi, Veshnas. Wait, I just fucking realized. I mentioned Organization 13 earlier. Veshnas has an accident. If Veshnas is her nobody name, then what would her original name be?
Who's that? Little Black Riding Hood?
Was the convenience store closed?
Went there yesterday, found it closed, and they're now on their way back. Is that the story you've written for them?
Carrara's so done.
How far is this store?
Ignore Little Black Riding Hood and focus on dealing with Pakron first.
Oh, I'm sure. It's the same fucking company that has Etha as a name. And Leia.
Got it.
Well, that was surprisingly easy.
The Holy Jumanji sword has not had her fill.
Holy Jumanji?
The Holy Jumanji sword!
We still have to deal with them.
Not fucking Tsubasa mentioning Jumanji. No, somebody to play for the figure we dubbed Little Black Riding Hood stood. They began walking towards us with a slow deliberation. Then they pulled back their hood, revealing...
The Supreme Commander. It was her all along.
Who?
The one who's leading the invader army, remember? I told you guys about her before.
At that, the Supreme Commander brought her hand up to her mask.
Among my people, I am known as Veshnas, the paragon of hope.
You're vexed about your looks, therefore the mask?
No, I am not.
But you're so much uglier than I am!
Fucking Moko.
Not the best line to spout in this day and age.
More importantly...
How is it you can understand us?
Ah, I see. So you know nothing either. To think I came all this way to scope out the reason behind the change.
What change?
The change that took place several days ago. All of a sudden, my soldiers started gaining immense power. At the same time, we became capable of understanding your language.
We looked at each other in confusion. Kiyoshiko's the one who spoke up.
Her words confound me, but she would be the chief villain, yes? Should we be able to defeat her, will this war not end immediately? Well then...
That's right. We can end this right here and now.
Such interesting creatures. I had intended to stick to the appointed days and let you entertain me. And well, I suppose picking off 2 or 3 right now matters not in the grand scheme of things.
Is that a challenge? If so, you're on!
Veshna slowly started walking toward us, getting closer and closer with each ambling step. Before I could do anything...
Hold your horses!
Takemaru! Why are you?
I was watching y'all fight from the rooftop. That ignited a spark in me. And before I knew it, I was here.
Without waiting for a reply, Takemaru turned to face Veshnes.
Hey! You said your name was Veshnes or something? Ain't fair for us all to gang up on you. So how about a one-on-one with me?
Takemaru, that's not a good idea!
Shut up, Marshmallow Face!
Marshmallow?
If you insist, you shall be given an express ticket to the River Styx, where I suppose you could apply to serve as a boat rower.
Saw someone mention this before. Why the fuck does she know about the River Styx? That's ancient Greek legend. She's an alien. She doesn't know what a Greece should be. She shouldn't know what Greece is.
Save that ticket for yourself, bitch! I hope you packed your bikini. Oh wait, it just fall right off your flat chest, huh? It's you or me, Veshnes!
Damn, Takemaru. Talking about her body now, aren't you? Also, for the record, Takemaru, she actually has a decently sized chest. By the standards of this game. We've seen her naked before. Takemaru hurled towards Veshnes on his bike. But the very next moment, Veshnes unleashed a powerful sidekick that sent him flying. She immediately leapt into the air, switched her sword to her other hand, and angled it at the fallen Takemaru as she dropped down. When I next opened my eyes, what I thought was the sky. What I felt was a searing pain across my back. I heard a gurgling sound of crippled glowing gushing out of my body from a wound.
Takumi? Why did you...
Oh, now I remember. My body had moved before my brain did, and made its way to where Veshnes would have landed. I had thrown myself over Takemaru to shield him from the blade she had pointed at him.
Self-sacrificing acts are such mood dampeners.
You motherfucker!
That strike just confirmed my suspicions. Watching paint dry is going to be more fun than fighting you in your current state. Like kicking a helpless puppy. What is the point of that? I shall grant you the gift of time. Use it well, and gain more power. Perhaps you shall be able to provide more entertainment the next time we meet. Until then... one more thing. I will be taking Pakron's body back with me, lest you desecrate it like you did with Mervram's corpse the other day.
Desecrate?
You absorbed his cryptoglobin. That is an insult of the highest order amongst our people.
Oh, now you're pretending to follow the teachings. Got it.
Never will I allow it to happen again. Farewell.
The sound of Veshnes' footsteps faded away, and I heard heavy stomping getting closer as the others ran over to me.
Takumi!
Sir Takumi!
Are you okay? Stay with us.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll be fine.
Takumi?
Takumi!
Takumi!
And now we skip all the way to the 20s. Don't you just love how there always seems to be a fucking time skip around this point? Like, hello? Why is there so many time skips around this point? Dog. But like they always have Takumi do something that causes him to be knocked out for like two fucking weeks. Did they give him like a time quota and they had to keep it within that time? When I next came to, Nozomi was right in front of me. It was pitch black and she didn't seem to notice I was awake.
Nozomi.
I called up to her softly. In response, she leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. Are you sure you should be doing that? What do you mean? Your injuries are so severe, you've been out for 13 days. That means today is... It's day 21. What time is it? Almost time for the nighttime announcement to play, I think. What a horrible time to wake up. I know I can fall back asleep now. That's what you're worried about? What are you doing here anyway? Nursing you back to health. For 13 days? No, we've been taking turns. It just so happened to be my turn today. I see. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Wait, I need to go tell everyone you're awake. She dashed out of the room immediately after that. Is she gonna call everyone here? This room's not nearly big enough for that. I decided to get up and go meet the others instead. A short while later, everyone else came running over frantically. No, not everyone. Only Takamaru and the 8 who had joined the battle on day 8. Takumi. Takumi! Sir Takumi! How are you feeling? At Tsubasa's question, Yugamo marched closer and started poking and prodding at various parts of my body. Eventually, he's good, all is well.
Hey!
Yo, Takumi's back in business! You deserve a title belt for this. Nice going. What a relief. Everyone started loudly expressing how happy they were to see me awake. We were seriously considering killing you if you didn't wake up for another 3 days. What? The revival man could have only brought you back to life in full health. But none of us wanted to be the one to do the deed. And that's why we waited to see if you would recover by yourself. Okay, I'm glad that worked out. My lips turned upward into a smile. Where's everyone else? I told them you'd woken up, but they didn't want to come visit. Have those people no heart. They have to still the opinion that Sir Takumi is a killer. Nobody else got killed after the one incident, right? That's has to be because the real culprit's already found a way outside the wall of fire. That's one possibility. However, this fact also adds to the case against him. Nobody got killed when Takumi was unconscious. Therefore, Takumi is the killer. That's very likely what the others are thinking. I can't believe this. I shook my head hopelessly. It didn't matter. I decided to just put him out of my mind for now. The more important thing is, what happened in the 13 days I was out? Was there any enemy attacks? Only one on day 15. The 8 of us fought him off. Vashta showed up in that battle as well. But we blew her to the kingdom come with the undying flame bomb crafted by Lady Tsubasa. Whoa, that's incredible. Beating Vashtas with just the 8 of you. Everyone had a proud smile on their face. Wait, that means Takamaru fought too? Did you even need to ask? You really thought I'd just fold my hands and stay on the sidelines after what you did? So you're no longer suspicious of me? For now, I believe you. Sorry about before, by the way. And thanks for doing that for me on day 8. You seriously changed my life. It's fine. Also, we need to tell you about Nigo. Huh? What happened to him? It's most unfortunate. Nigo, he's gone. What? They got worried, so he went to second to last defense academy to check on him. But the school had been completely destroyed, and Nigo's remains were lying in the debris. We recovered a memory chip of an event log that Tsubasa decrypted for us. Turns out Nigo self-destructed. Self-destructed? He did it to create a massive explosion and kill the invaders during an attack. Oh no. I have a suspicion. The loss of Sire, his superior officer, may have played a part in that decision as well. Nigo was really attached to that Sire guy, after all. It may have been his plan all along to remain behind and follow him in death. Nigo is such a nice guy! His loss will be greatly felt. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the air. Though it didn't last long, it was broken by the sound of the usual nighttime announcement. And then a few seconds later...
Intruder alert. Defend...
I literally just woke up from a coma. They sure know how to pick their timing. This is exactly why you'll be sitting this one out. I can't just... Stuff it. We'll just be fighting hard enough to make up for you. Stay snug in bed, convalescent. No, I'm fighting too. Why are you being so stubborn?
Hey!
Because I'm the leader of the Special Defense Unit. Come on, to the war room. I immediately started running. Wait, Takumi, oh for fuck's sake. Everyone here. Then let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. Well.
Has your lust for blood and battle been satisfied, my holy Jumanji sword?
No! I need a lot more than this! Give me more blood! More! Huh! I didn't know the holy Jumanji sword talked like that. I'm more concerned about where the commander is!
They
I think that's the first time Kiyoshiko's directly spoken for the Jumanji
the
sword.
commander must be lurking somewhere.
Oh, if it's Ava.
Oh my! What is all the smoke?
Smoke? Or maybe poison gas?
It's just mist, guys. M-I-S-T.
Yeah, exactly. She is just you. I don't think you tuned in for the second half of Romance Route, but I immediately clocked it as you. I think I said so as much during the stream.
Fine water droplets floating in the air that's harmless to the human body.
Wait, I remember this mist. The person hiding behind it should be...
Yay! The mist is gone! I can see everything clearly now. Look over there! Is that...
Yes! That's the commander for this battle!
Here we go!
Whew! Victory is ours this time.
That was a tricky enemy.
What are we gonna do with her?
Everyone turned to look at the commander.
Please, don't kill me! My name is Ava, the paragon of nature.
Ava?
I don't know why, but I felt like I've heard that name before.
Please, spare me! For the love of God!
Ava brought her hand up to her mask. And in a swift, smooth movement, took it off.
The same as Veshna's.
She looks just like a human.
No need to pay her appearance any mind.
What? Why?
Because she is to be executed.
No, 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 no. Spare me. Please. Please don't kill me. I'll be useful. I can give you lots of intel. I'll give you anything. Just please, spare me.
So the lady insists. Any thoughts?
A dramatic bluff if I have ever seen one. Any intel she provides is bound to be full of fabrications. No, I would never. I only speak the truth.
I think we should kill her too.
Why?
Surely you understand why we would hesitate to trust the words of the enemy.
You'll say something sweet to suck up to us, and then turn around and betray us the first chance you get.
You're all being so awful. Why won't anyone believe me?
Ava kept pleading with us, her face filled with a woeful expression. Yuriko glanced at her scornfully before speaking up again.
Takumi, you're the leader, so you decide.
Everyone turned to look at me, waiting for my reply. At that moment, I could suddenly feel extra eyes on me. I traced the source of the sensation to the rooftop, where I could see the 4 other members, the roomie, Shoma, Ima, and Kako. Killing Ava now would make them even more wary of me. After all, their suspicions were rooted in the fact that I had killed Ado. If I did the same thing now, that would undoubtedly cement the image of me as a heartless killer in their minds. I wanted to avoid giving them that impression. No, to be honest, even if those 4 hadn't been watching.
Please, I beg of you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
I can never kill someone so earnestly pleading for her life. It just wasn't right. I felt ashamed for even allowing myself to consider deciding the fate of another person through calculating what would benefit me the most. So I looked into the eyes of everyone present instead.
Let Ava live. We'll imprison her here and interrogate her later.
You gotta be shitting me.
You truly believe that to be the best path?
Yes.
I think you will regret this.
I won't. Because I'll hold myself fully responsible for making it work.
Very well. Our leader has spoken.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Leader, your name is Takumi, if I remember correctly. I can't thank you enough for this. From the bottom of my heart.
Ava was choking on her words and bawling her eyes out. Next instant, intense pain spread throughout my back. Forced myself to join the battle when I had fully healed and had reopened the wound. A sharp pain shot up my spine. I crumpled to the ground, unable to exert any strength at all. A hazy veil hung over my mind, blocking me from making out what the others around me were saying. I slowly slipped into a sweet, silent serenity. Holy alliteration. Yeah, just knock him out for a few more days, that'll be fine. I woke up to the familiar sight of this homie sitting right in front of me. This time, she noticed right away that I was awake and... that leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room, even longer than last time, before finally coming to a stop. Then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene playing out before sitting up. Why are you so surprised? Didn't this exact same thing happen before? But you were out for 13 days the last time. It was only been a little more than 2 days this time. Can you blame me? That means today is day 24. What time? Well, I guess I don't need to ask. The morning announcement just played. Nazomi nodded. Are you feeling better? I'm fine. I'm putting on an act, okay? Remember what happened during the last defensive battle? I do. As long as I don't force myself to fight like that day, I'll be fine, see? Really? Yeah. It's my way confident replied, and Nazomi still seemed unconvinced. By the way, what happened to Ava after I passed out? Well, she refused to tell us anything. What? But she promised to give us intel if we spared her life. We reminded her about that promise as well, but then she said, I'm not going to tell you anything because the offer to share intel was made to Takumi, your team leader, not you. And that's why she's refusing to say anything until you can go talk to her, I guess. Damn it, what's she trying to pull? Nozomi and I headed for the cafeteria together, where the other 7 who had fought in the battle 3 days ago were gathered. When they saw me, there was a lot of shouting, squealing, cheering, and happy noises as they congratulated me on my recovery. Although it felt a little more subdued than the reactions 3 days ago. And again, I did wake up from a 13-day coma that time. Still, the celebration went on for quite a while. I ate my first meal, liquids only for now, in a long time while being surrounded by their warm and welcoming voices. I went back to my room for a break. Now then, there was really no question on what I was going to do next. I have to find out who Gaku's real killer is. I didn't believe the real killer was one of us. That meant I had to find a way to prove that the killer was someone from outside the school. In any case, I could prove my innocence, I could regain the trust of the 4 holdouts. Then they would join the future battles. Yes, I should start investigating. I decided it was time to pay everyone a visit and ask questions. Tsubasa I get, but what are you doing here, Takamaru? Or she said she found something cool, duh. What is it? There was a box of junk inside this garage. I remember food and found this. What's that? It's a voice changer. See that patch thing on the tip of the cable? Stick it to your phone and you can use it to freely change your voice to anything you like. You can make it go higher, lower, or smooth as butter. Also, if you have a sample voice recording that's long enough, you can make yourself talk with that voice too. Isn't it cool? Sure, but what is it even doing here? Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe whoever used this place last left it behind. Who would that be? How the heck would I know? What are you doing here, Takumi? Oh, right. I told him why I was there. Investigating Gaku's murder, huh? I think you're looking in the wrong place. We don't have anything new to share. We were all fast asleep in our rooms when he died. We couldn't have possibly heard or seen anything or anyone suspicious. Any personal guesses, like, do you know if anyone had a grudge against Gaku? They turned to look at each other. Takumi, are you thinking one of us is the killer? No, that's not it. I already told you. The culprit is an outsider who's already escaped outside to the wall of fire after killing Gaku. Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't want to be suspicious of anyone anymore. I ain't gonna make that mistake again. He was probably referring to the time when he suspected I was the killer. Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me. After saying that, I turned to leave. That fucking voice changer is gonna be Chekhov's gun, isn't it? Kurara and Kyoshika, what are you two doing here? So this is where this Gaku person was killed. It was weighing on our minds, so we came. Everyone here is such a dimwit that it's highly likely they missed a vital piece of evidence or two. Oh, so you're here for the same reason I am. Are you investigating the case as well, Sir Takumi? Yeah, do you want to help me out since you're already here? I want to re-examine the scene of the crime. We searched the room together but found nothing of note. Did you investigate this place immediately after the murder took place? Yes, before we cleaned Gaku's blood off the floor. But we didn't find any clues that would bring us closer to the identity of the killer then either. How about the murder weapon? Despite our best efforts, we haven't found it yet. It's not in this classroom or anywhere else on school grounds. What about the threatening note scribbled on the digital blackboard? Was it erased? Yeah, it was making us uneasy, so... That was a stupid thing to do. We could have used the handwriting to pinpoint the killer. They weren't wrong. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. I asked them what they were doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5. Wait, are you suspicious of us? Not really. It's just... I was sleeping in my room at the second last Defense Academy, of course. As was I, in my own room, that is. I cannot believe we're on your list of suspects. Look at me, I have the very epitome of innocence. Hey, what's with that look? I mean, have you seen yourself? More like the epitome of got something to hide. You're talking about my mask, right? Are you telling me to take it off? No, absolutely not. This mask stays on no matter what anybody... And before she finished the sentence, Kyoshika snatched her mask away, revealing Kurara's face. She held the mask up high before throwing it onto the ceiling catwalk. Oh, my mask is gone! My mask! Where'd you hide it? Kurara kept looking around in a panic, but didn't seem like she noticed Kyoshika had thrown the mask away. That didn't really matter. What did matter was her exposed face. It's Kurara. What? Oh no, I was just thinking about how you look the same in the other timeline too. Why would I look different? This is the face I was born with. I know what you're trying to say. This face is too cute to be natural, right? But I swear I never did anything to it. Well, who cares about that? Where's my mask? I feel naked without it. Don't look at me!
Huh.
I believe I just saw Sir Takamaru taking your mask somewhere. That bonehead. Give me my mask back to me, Takamaru! She dashed out of the classroom, shrieking away. My, her actions are adorable as her looks. We ought to let her run around like that for a while. Kiyoshika disappeared after saying that. Now alone in the classroom, I doubt I'd learn anything new by sticking around. I guess I should go too. Damn, I didn't know Kiyoshika was capable of fucking pulling off a plan like that. It's not even that elaborate, it's just that she's a fucking moron and far too prone to just saying the truth, regardless of how effective lying would be. Ava's locked inside. What should we do with her? Takumi, you've regained consciousness. Yeah, though battling you is what caused me to faint in the first place. Sorry about that. You're actually apologizing to me. Why wouldn't I? You saved my life. I heard you were really standoffish to the others. That wasn't my intention. I merely said I wouldn't be sharing any information if Takumi wasn't here. It was pointless asking Ava for information about Gaku's murder's case, so I asked her for information about the enemy instead. I'm here now. Tell me everything useful you know. Useful. Yeah, like the enemy's HQ location, invader types, number of troops, your war strategy. At that, Ava's face suddenly clouded over. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little unwell. Fainted illness now. Give me a break. I'm not fainting. It's true. That wasn't what you promised. I came here alone like you asked, okay? Alone. Does it look like there's anyone else with me? No, that's not what I was wondering about. It's just, I never asked you to come alone. How was I able to talk once Takumi was here? What do you mean? Whatever it is, I do not think I am able to talk. Please leave me for now. Ava was clearly feigning illness, but there was nothing I could do to make her talk. Her prison cell was locked. I won't be able to go inside without the key, and it's not like I can force her to spit out the information I wanted, even if I could.
Hey!
This is ridiculous. I cursed and kicked the pebble as I left the courtyard. What if we try to go back in? Lame. Hiriko and Yukamo, what are you guys doing here? Nothing questionable. I always feel calmer next to dead bodies. That is extremely questionable if you ask me. I do not know why, but I just found myself wanting to come here. Do normal people find themselves wanting to come to a morgue? It is a lot less questionable to come in to see the morgue to feel calmer next to dead bodies. Even I can agree with that. Yukamo put his hand over his mouth and giggled. What about you? I told him I was investigating Gaku's murder case. I see, so you're here to re-examine the corpse. I doubt there's anything new to discover. Yeah, but it wouldn't hurt. But then I started investigating Gaku's dead body again. I didn't make any new discoveries, just like Hiriko said. What was the cause of death? Hemorrhagic shock. How about the murder weapon? A foot-long blade. The shape of the wound seemed to indicate a kitchen knife of sorts. Have you found a knife? Not yet. Wait a minute, why is Uganda suddenly acting all detective-like? I'm just curious, don't mind me. Let me see, you already told us the estimated time of death when we were at second to last defense academy. Yes, between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Before you ask, I was sleeping in my room at that time. What about you, Yugamu? What? What were you doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5? Is that relevant to the case? I'm just trying to cover all bases, please. Needless to say, I was in my room at second to last defense academy during that period of time. Or perhaps I should say, I was in dreamland, for I was sleeping like the dead. Ah, right. Why do you ask? Because... Are you hesitating to say it out loud? Then I will do so on your behalf. Because you are an assassin, Yugamu. Ah, yes. That's certainly a reason to be suspicious. However, I am very much charming. I do not revel in meaningless murder. Indiscriminate killing goes against my personal code. Because Takumi's just an everyman. And I don't think it's that Yugamu's a detective so much as that he's like doing an autopsy or something like that. As for Hiroko, she's just shown to be like super intelligent. But Takumi's just an everyman. He has no special talents or anything that really help him. That's why he's the prime suspect. He's our protagonist boy. And protagonist boys are not allowed to be special. Besides in some weird, abstract way. There's always the possibility that Gaku was someone special to you. Impossible. I've never met this Gaku when he was alive. Of course, I have no evidence to back that statement up. All I can do is plead for you to believe my words. I trust you. I didn't hesitate to answer because I had seen Yugamu and Gaku's relationship in the previous timeline. There was just no way they could have met each other before this. His statement about killing meaninglessly was quite possibly true as well. In the previous timeline, Yugamu never killed any of his allies and never showed any indication that he wanted to. Your trust in me is hardening. He smiled a little as he said that. Well, I guess I'm done here then. Thanks for listening to me. After thanking him, I turned around and left. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Listening to the calming sound of running water. Make yourselves as comfortable as possible. Comfortable, huh? What about you? Oh, actually, I told him I was investigating Gaku's murder case. Well, that's not nothing to do with us then, right? That Maruku kid was killed here between 1 and 4 on day 5. Both of us were at number 2 that day. Or just in case, number 2 is second to last defense academy. Whole thing's too long to keep repeating, so I shortened it. We've also taken the call in this place number 1. Although its official name is the Last Defense Academy, shortening it to last sounds strange, so we decided on number 1 instead. Got it. Thanks for explaining. Hey, are you suspecting us? Of course not. Actually, it's not completely impossible for one of us from number 2 to have done it. What? Any of us could have used the school bus to travel to and from here overnight. Oh, now you mention it. That time is at 11 p.m. Someone could have set off at midnight, and after everyone else had fallen asleep, they pushed the bus to its limits. It would have taken about 3 hours to get here. Putting their time of arrival at around 3 a.m. If they took only 30 minutes to finish the job, they could have left number 1 at 3:30 a.m. and returned to number 2 around 6:30 a.m. just before the morning announcement at 7 o'clock. Also, someone from number 2 coming here wouldn't have triggered the wildfire's intruder alert. That's true. Wait, and you're telling me this is members of number 2 yourselves? Oh, sorry for shooting my mouth off like that. It's just, you know, the incident doesn't quite feel as real to me because I've never met the victim. Just in case, I asked them what they were doing between 11 on day 4 and 7 on day 5. And as I expected, their answers were the same. I was sleeping like a log in my room. Me too. What are you guys doing here? And my question, the 4 of them 10 stopped and looked at each other. Nothing in particular. We were just bored, that's all. There are lots of things we can use to relieve our boredom here. After hearing their reply, I informed them that I was investigating Gaku's murder case. They were taken aback. What, are you out of your mind? Gaku was killed in the early morning at day 5. Almost 20 days have passed since then. Why now? Because you guys have said you wouldn't trust me until I sniffed out the real culprit, remember? Does that mean you're suspicious of us? I didn't say that. It's actually much better if I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're all innocent. The more people that can confirm our innocence, the sooner we can prove that the killer has never been one of us to begin with, right? I see your point, but I'm afraid that will be difficult to accomplish. Why? Nobody from Group 1 has a variable alibi. Oh, Group 1 is in the original members of the LDA Special Defense Unit. Whereas Group 2 refers to the 5 members from the second to last Defense Academy. Wait, Sister Diaz, but you and I have ironclad alibis. Because we're sleeping together in the same room. That doesn't hold any water from an objective point of view. It's just a Hiroko said. The testimony of a sibling doesn't count. That's not Mia. Can you just trust some of us too? You Who said that? You're jumping the gun here.
Huh?
What if we looked at possible motives? Motives. Like, is there anyone among you who could have had someone against Gaku? Takumi, are you really expecting someone to say yes to a question like that? Besides, as Mr. Kinzaki mentioned just now, Mr. Murdock was killed in the early morning on day 5. At that point, we had only known each other for 4 days. Hardly enough time to develop a grudge deep enough to stab someone that many times over. And that's the truth. Yes, I guess. That's why I believe there's no point in trying to solve this case by looking at motives. That murder was clearly carried out by a lunatic. It's the only way for it to make any sense. Which means the prime suspect will be the craziest lunatic of us all. The man, the myth, the meme himself, Takumi.
Hey!
What me? Because he killed Mr. Atsuki so easily, just like that. And without any proof. How many times do I have to explain? He betrayed us in another future, and that's why... And would you say that to the police? Would they hold up in a court of law? I killed him to stop him from carrying out a crime in the future. Does that sound like a good defense to you? It was the same old argument that wasn't worth repeating, so I didn't bother continuing. I simply sighed deeply, shook my head, and left. I finished talking with everyone. Sadly, I didn't manage to unearth anything new. While nobody in number 1 had an alibi, they didn't have a motive either. Nothing's changed about this. But the 5 new members from number 2, I realized any one of them could have been the culprit. They could have taken the school bus to and from number 1 and number 2 overnight. They could have also entered without triggering the alarm. All this investigation has done was throw more names into the suspect list. The murder weapon was still missing and the killer left no trace at the scene of the crime. In short, there are 0 clues to go on. How do I even continue the investigation like this? I sighed and collapsed into bed. The day drew to a close and night slowly took over. Sirius' carefree voice faded away into the darkness, only to be slowly taken over by cold silence. It was in that silence I found myself heading to a certain place. The courtyard. Where Ava was being held. I went closer to her cage and stopped just in front of it. Takumi, is something wrong? You look very tired. I'm not. You're just imagining things. Well then, why are you here? When Chunga was bringing food to me, he told me about Gaku. He also shared a lot of other things with me. I'm aware of your current predicament. You mustn't lie to yourself, Takumi. What? Truth is, you think the killer's among the 12 of you, right? No, I don't. Please, you can be honest with me. I won't tell anyone. I'm the only one you can remove as a suspect because I only arrived here 3 days ago. It's literally impossible for me to have killed Gaku. If I had managed to slip in somehow about triggering the alarm, I wouldn't have stopped at Gaku. In short, I'm the only one in the school that you can trust right now. You've come here because deep inside you know that too. Am I wrong? You may be right. The words fell out of my mouth before I could stop myself. I couldn't even be sure if I had meant what I said. You and I are the same, Takumi. I don't trust my allies either. Especially not Veshna's. Why's that? That battle 3 days ago, she was supposed to send reinforcements for me. But they never came. She was using me as bait. Bait. She nodded and continued talking. She should have seen me being caught from where she was located. And she didn't do anything, because that was her plan all along. Wait a minute, I thought Veshnas was dead. That's what everyone seems to believe. But is it really true? I am of the opinion she is still alive somewhere out there. Takumi, here's the straight truth. There's a bomb inside my body. The detonator's on a joint on my left hand finger. Moving in particular motion triggers an explosion. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at the time will be blown to smithereens. Look, please relax. I don't intend on going through with it. If I did, I would have done it a long time ago. Anyway, Vesh just ordered me to do this. If you get caught, blow yourself up in front of everyone in the Special Defense Unit. I was not to humiliate myself by becoming a prisoner of war. But he didn't do that. My orders were to detonate in front of everyone. I was to blow up every single member of the SDU. I did not knock the bomb when he apprehended me, because the other 4 members were on the rooftop. I get it now. That's why you would offer any intel until I came. But you came alone, which defeated the purpose of the request. You were all supposed to come together. That was Vashna's plan, huh? Yes, he allowed you to capture me before detonating, taking out everyone else in one fell swoop. That's why she didn't send reinforcements. Everett touched her jaw and lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears.
Huh?
Okay, I understand the situation better now, but why are you sharing this top-secret plan with me? I wasn't lying when I said I was feeling unwell this afternoon. It was bothering me that much. I had chosen between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. The way of the decision made me feel so ill. But in the end, you decided to side with me. Yes, because I can never betray someone who saved my life. One more thing. Your eyes. When I look into them, I sense something familiar. Something familiar. Solitude. It's also been you. Those lonely eyes that were what drew my heart to you. Oh no, not the greatest pedophile in fiction coming back. Ava, no! Her eyes' words weighed heavily on me. It felt like something I was trying to desperately keep hidden had been forcibly exposed. And yet, instead of panicking, I felt a strange sense of relief deep inside. I may have been unknowingly putting a barrier between myself and the others because of my suspicions. It really felt like Ava was the only one I could open up to. But she was the only one I could say with absolute certainty didn't kill Gaku. By the way, aren't you going to ask me about our army?
Huh?
Nah, I'm not in the mood for that right now. I probably wouldn't remember anything anyway. Then may I ask for a favor? Go on. Please, return my mask to me. Your mask. The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. They consider them as part of us. About I feel exposed. Fine, your mask, right? Yes, thank you so much. After leaving Ava, I went back to my room. I had mixed feelings about our conversation. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion.
Hey!
With a loud cry, I jumped into bed and resigned myself to a sleepless night ahead. This key has no fucking idea how to process all this. They made a mistake taking over Takumi specifically. After waking up to the usual morning announcement, I walked out of my room straight into Tsubasa. Morning, Takumi. Heading to breakfast. Yeah, hey, can I ask you something? What is it? Do you know what happened to Ava's mask? Ava's mask. Yeah, that thing she was wearing on the battlefield before she revealed her true face. Oh, that. It's been kept somewhere in the garage. Great, thanks. I'll go grab it later. Immediately after saying that, the door to the stairwell flung open and Kiyoshika came charging over. She quickly ran over to us with a strained look on her face and said, Something disturbing has been discovered in the classroom on the first floor. Something disturbing. You must come immediately. Everyone else is already on their way. Oh, no. I followed Tsubasa and Kiyoshika to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon arrival. What? No way. Not again. It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody used red spray paint to write something on a digital blackboard again. The only difference was the content of the text. This time it said, let's play a killing game. Who found it first? 'Twas I. Upon discovering this foul scene, I immediately set off to inform everybody of it. What were you doing here in the first place? Yes, well, I had first to retrieve Lady Carrara's mask before breakfast. It had been left on the ceiling catwalk since he flung it there yesterday. Yoshika, you shall pay for this later. Carrara was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? It's the same bastard who wrote the last threat. The same one who killed Gaku. Are you sure? The handwriting seems a little different. My dear sister's sharp perception pierces through everything. So someone else wrote this. Who? Wait, could it be Ava? No, I don't think that's possible. When I delivered breakfast to her just now, her cage was properly locked. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence. Also, there is a special IC chip embedded inside that makes it impossible to duplicate. We can think about the author later. I'm more curious about what this killing game is supposed to refer to. Which part of killing game is so hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. It still doesn't make sense. Who plays? Where's the rules? Where? How? When? Why? Suddenly, Shomer raised his voice. Everybody, look. There's something on the teacher's desk. This looks like a tape recorder? I guess we should listen to it. Interstellar spaceships, by the way, and they're still using tape recorders. I pressed play and an eerie sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun. Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together. The name of this game is The Invader Hunt.
The message continued. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie words, the voice stopped. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all frowning, although nobody said anything. The last note had been a prank. Siri was destroyed and Gaku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. I'm not sure. First suspicions are Darumi, because she's the one that's obsessed with killing games. But I feel like they wouldn't make it that obvious. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. By the way, Kako, you mentioned something about the handwriting of this match being different from the last. Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it. We should keep that possibility in mind. Too soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO is the same. So, Gaku's murderer is on the move again. Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Gaku. If so, we might be able to find their true identity by joining the game. But that option came with major risks. The monster who destroyed Siri and slaughtered Gaku was behind it, after all. Join the game despite the risk to keep everyone as safe as possible. We have until 7 p.m. to decide what to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. We had to stay united, all of us. For that to happen, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter first as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely? I thought long and hard about what to say, then I made my decision. Now then, to get mystery route, we don't join the killing game. And then to get the killing game route, we do join the killing game. So, no thank you.
Guys, here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Well, yeah. This game bases its decisions off of, making decisions that are different from the main route here. But the thing is, you can immediately skirt the main route entirely by killing Ado. Because that's what decides if you're on the main route or not. So in order to make the Kill Ado routes more than just one or two routes, they did a double split tree. Which puts us on this route. Right, of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. What do you mean you're joining? Of course, I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's gonna be an absolute blast. I want Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just a culprit trying to trick us into believing it'll be fun, but it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. This message doesn't make sense anyway. The sponsor said those not in the game will be eliminated, but we'll still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid. Nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Darumi, are you listening to yourself? You're taking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I'm not. I'm just saying what I really think. Darumi spake 12 slaves. She vigorously shook her head with denial. But there's definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. What about you, Hiroko? You haven't said anything. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make their move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not. That's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we're not going to join the invader hunt. Darumi, you don't mind, do you?
Ugh.
I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. I feel like that's a new sprite for her. After that, we decided to stay together until a stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always a possibility that the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that, anyway. The sky turned dark as we whiled our time away. Finally, it was 7 p.m., the time mentioned in the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door through the leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare, as team leader, that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turned around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. Are they all stacked on each other like a fucking cartoon? There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted. Hey, are you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you that none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt. No response at all. Have it your way. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Oh boy, you really said it. And after the sponsor said to kill us all if we refuse to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you. We'll be okay. Gaku got killed the last time we did this. But that killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Most likely, yeah. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Gaku even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time. I can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Gaku, there was also a possibility this entire thing was just a prank. So we need not be unnecessarily shaken. That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everyone fell momentarily silent after that. Question, what's the plan for tonight? Plan. Our sleeping arrangements. Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sleeping in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with Takemaru. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi, even after you saved my life. You and me are through, man. But the Tsukuma twins aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the door and you'll be fine. I agree. There are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in pairs would leave one person out. Alright, but why not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Not again. Our team's already discussed this to death, and now I have to repeat myself? Besides her complaint, Hiroko carefully explained to those from the other academy why I decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. That does make sense. We should all go back to our own rooms, son. No, you're just tricking the mother about death flags and you don't even know it. Well, anything to spice things up around here. That said, we all returned to our own rooms to sleep after dinner. Even insisted on sleeping in Kaku's room, but nobody protested on that point. In the morning, I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, only to find that everyone else is already there. 1, 3, 9. Oh my, how is it I count 14 souls? Because they're terrible at math. There are only 13 people here. You see, nothing bad happened. So it was just a prank after all. But by who? And for what purpose? If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turned to look at the roomies. Wait a minute, you're accusing me of being the game sponsor? I don't think so. Darumi doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. You underestimated me. I may not have guts, but I still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can't we just be happy that nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things, relieved that nothing bad happened after all. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa standing outside. Did something happen? You asked about Ava's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her. What are you gonna do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Ava. What? You trust her now?
Huh?
Not really. It's just... Oh, I know. You fell in love with her. Wrong route, Tsubasa. What? Of course not. Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me and I felt my palms get sweaty. Never mind. It's none of my business. Everyone's free to love who they want. I told you. That's not it. Wrong route, Tsubasa. I think we're talking about the mask. I looked it over out of curiosity. I thought that'd been pretty interesting. The mask isn't an ordinary accessory. It actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection. There's even a miniature amp tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Using that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes. That's amazing. It almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Ava. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Ava's the only one who can wear it. Guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best technology in the world, you can't possibly harm any of us from inside that cage, right? Tsubasa thought that for a while before nodding in agreement. By the way, when she's gonna give us more information about the enemy? She did promise to be useful if we spared her life. I actually think it'd be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. An ally? Yeah, so that way she can fight in defensive battles along with us. We need some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar of a bomb, maybe. But that should have put everyone at ease, right? Oh, Murder Tsubasa is back. If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do is stop her to press a button and activate the bomb. Above lit up in my mind, Tsubasa was speaking. Tsubasa, let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Ava's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? It depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe. In that case, the plan might actually work. The detonator's on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Wait, you were being serious. You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you can do? You want me to create a detonation device for the bomb inside her? Yes, once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure. And then we can allow Ava to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Awesome, I'm counting on you. After Tsubasa left, I went to look for Hiroko and get the key from her. That key would open Eva's cage. I walked into the courtyard, her mask in hand. Takumi. Here you go, as promised. That's my mask. It sure is. I opened the cage using the key Hiroko gave me. Careful, Takumi. After handing Ava's mask back to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need, just keeping my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. I turned around, giving a casual wave as I walked away. I feel like this choice is gonna have consequences, Takumi. I'm back in my room, but now what? Return the key! There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well go take a walk around school. Oh wow, our first free time in fucking forever. No, like actually. Jesus.
Move out!
I went to bed after an uneventful day. No, it only seemed uneventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing. But since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night. I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream was sounding in my ear. I jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. Hiroko, Tsubasa, and Takamaru were out on the roof already. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, it came running out when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. That scream came from the back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I've got a dog's hearing. Okay, let's go. We made our way down to the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination, where we saw...
Shoma!
I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
No way!
By this time, the other team members had come running as well. It was Nozomi, Moko, Kiyoshika, Yugamu, and Karara. They gasped as their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's body.
Shoma!
Impossible!
What is this? Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Right. We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary!
Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic, though.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
Takamaru put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hiroko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Ima, Kako, Darumi, anybody there? No response. Looks like they're not here. Yes, let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed down the hallway toward the gym. But when we got there... Hey, I can't open the door! Is it locked? I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch. Somebody latched the door from inside. Hiroko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We're going to have to break the door down. You're right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. The door refused to budge even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon the noise we were making started to attract the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys. What we were trying to do was obviously enough that we didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded, took a couple steps back, and prepared to charge the door. Ready, go! The latch broke apart with a crackling sound, and we all tumbled into the gym together. And lying on the floor in front of us...
Kako!
This is...
unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Hiroko came from behind me and started examining Kako's body. When she had finished, she turned to look up at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay! She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma!
Then we should take her to the infirmary now!
Yeah.
Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out of Kako's right hand. What's this? A medicine bottle. By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out of the gym, carrying Kako's body. As the rest of us started to leave, Hiroko suddenly spoke up. Wait, Yugamo, you go with Nozomi. Mogo, Kiyoshika, Karala, continue looking for Ima and Darumi. And Takumi, you stay here. What? Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll explain later. Alright. Let's be off at once. The others nodded at each other and then ran toward the hallway. Leaving only Hiroko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here, and it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop head that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used to make a makeshift latch. It wouldn't be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from the outside, which means this incident happened in a locked room. Assuming that this is true, there are 2 possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? I answered hesitatingly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right?
Oh.
Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? TTX. It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin. It's extremely poisonous, so only just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is a more pressing one. Because if Kako didn't take the poison herself, it didn't take me long to make the connection. The killer is still hiding somewhere in the gym. Yes, if there is a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright, let's look around. Hiroko and I started searching cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. This makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Does it, though? Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No, there's nothing strange about that if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran to the gym, locked the door with the mop handle, then ingested the poison to kill herself. I decided to say my own opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she had already gone completely cold. I noticed it too. It probably had been several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night, and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning. Or Kako was also murdered. That is the possibility as well. How is it possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait, there's something more important. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours. Yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. Oh no. Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yugamo were in the infirmary when Hiroko and I arrived. They were standing around with grave looks on their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. That's great. Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. His physical body had been restored to full health, but it seems like he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. Where is he? Sleeping in his room. Takamaru's taking care of him. And what about Kako? We did put her body in Revival-matic, but alas. Hiroko and I went behind the Revival-matic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Cause of death, respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death, day 27 between 1 and 4 a.m. It's back to calamity all over again. The keys are back too. And everyone's dropping like flies. Traces of TTX poison trace detected in body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open, 3 people running in. Darumi, you're safe. Where were you all this time? In the rec room, playing slots. You were doing what? You can't blame me. I overslept this morning and didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everybody was off doing their own thing. Yoshika and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We've already told her about Shoma and Kako. Still, we don't know if they've been successfully revived, so here we are. Did it go well? Just then, 2 other people barged into the room noisily. Miss Suzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since. I saw him running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here. Where's my dear sister? What has happened to her? I explained the situation to everyone who had just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started to well up in Moko and Kiyoshika's eyes while Kira was sniffling away under her mask. Doremi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. And as for Ima...
No! 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 Dear sister! My dear sister! No!
With an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. He managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the gamma fuel.
What's that?
A powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Yukama dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back a while later with the gamma field, which he then injected into Ima. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yukama observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
We moved the unconscious Ima to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kako's body to the morgue. Now we got 3 corpses. There were not 3 bodies laying on the tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. Oh no, Takumi, no! An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Everyone was still inside hers, doors securely locked. Hiroko and I went on to tell the others what we learned from the investigating the gym. The improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge inside the cafeteria. Sir Takamaru, were you not supposed to be attending to Sir Soma? Yugamo took over. Shoma's still out cold, but he's physically fine now. I don't understand why Kaku would kill herself. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was suicide. We haven't found a suicide note, not in the gym, on her clothes, or in her room yet. But the gym door was latched shut from the inside, and you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? Yes, but I did find it hard to believe Kaku had killed herself, and Shoma was clearly killed by someone else. Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces. I think she was murdered too, by that sponsor who was trying to get us to join the invader hunt. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard what that recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuse, that means the rest of us are targets too. You telling us that sponsor wants to kill us all? The first frightening message said something about everyone dying too. I'm sure it did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of the handwriting. I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. He went against the first note. They ignored the demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. That gave us the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force those guys to murder each other. But when we made against the second request as well, they decided they were going to have to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us. Yep, it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? That would mean the perpetrator has already murdered 4 people. 4. Sir Gaku, Lady Kako, Sirei, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So we're up against a ruthless serial killer here. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may well be one of us. Everyone sets up at Hiroko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect, though. It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takamaru, or me to have done this. How can he be so sure? Oh, that's right. The 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shoma scream. He was standing at the back of the building. Even if we could teleport, there's no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. Just a moment, what if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. That would also mean 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the STU would be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove your innocence. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us in the Nozomi, Kiyoshika, and Ferrara. Moku and Yugan was schools, either they aren't here right now. Where do you guys come from? I ran from the entrance hall. I simply found myself in a group as I was heading to the back of the building. How'd you know to go there? Well, I heard Shova scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. You said something about the scream coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Durumi had said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced, especially when there is a much likelier suspect to cast aspersions on. Yeah, someone who didn't even show up at the crime scene. Oh, wait, you mean me? You were totally trying to get us all to join that stupid killing game. So when we refused to cave after that second threat, you decided to... It wasn't me! Had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Durumi's deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. How are we gonna handle future battles if we can't even stay united? Let's calm down and think about things rationally. Under normal circumstances, the probability of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, that's... Maybe it was Ava? Impossible. We checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key and it can't be duplicated, as Hiroko said. Also, I locked my door last night, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. What if you were working with her? I can debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since morning. Even if he had let Ava out of her cage last night to stab Showman, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need to take the key to lock the cage just as much as you need to unlock it. That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. There's always a possibility that nobody slipped in at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in this academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. So that person's still hiding somewhere in the school right now. All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know, I can make an organic life detection device. Organic life detection device. Put it simply, it's a machine that detects a number of large living organisms on school grounds. It won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that. I found a similar function while investigating Ava's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yes, I can make something like that. In 7 days, maybe. 7 days. Until then, let's not be suspicious of each other like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me again started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought on my mind before it shut down completely. Jesus Christ, dude. I woke up to the all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was station food time. She noticed right away that I was awake and... left to her view of an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times more than the last time before coming to a stop. Then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39. I fainted on the night of day 27, so I've been out for 11 days. Okay, this one just looks long because of the fact that, conspiracy happens in this time frame, but... But we got plenty of routes where it's like... it skips a bunch anyways. Look at this! How rude. Yes, we're almost out of emergency feeding drip. Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed at day 27 and my old wound didn't reopen. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look in her face as I mumbled to myself. Then she gave me the diagnosis. We think you have the fainting disease.
Huh?
Fainting disease. Also known as psychogenic pseudocinisco. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress. Like your mind just blows out. I have a disease like that? Yes, after what happened to Shoma and Kako on day 27. Your mind suffered a heavy blow, and even though you somehow made it to nighttime okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down, just like that. How can you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you fainted out of the blue, right? It always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This didn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain. Using the revival minutes diagnosis function. I don't never contracted a disease like that. This is what the machine's analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as an after effect. Treatment on damaged parts of my brain. I don't know what exactly happened. Anyway, the damage isn't life-threatening. It doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. Is it misinterpreting the key? So that part's nothing to worry about, at least. Easy for you to say. This means I can faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I'm sure it'll be alright. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again. So has anything changed? Changed. Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large, and we don't have a single clue to follow. Nobody's been attacked since then, so we're still alive at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma's regained consciousness already, but he says he doesn't know who stabbed him. You can ask him about it for yourself later. And Ima? He's barricaded himself in his room and hasn't said much to us. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Darumi sat out the battle as usual. Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you're the most likely suspect. But even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake, thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. The reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I've woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least that's what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be despondent. The dark, gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. Soon after, Tsubasa came knocking. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Wanna know why? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her back. What's this? The organic life detection device. Oh, right, you finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But I wish I had it. Why not? Because this is the reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. 13. Yep, the total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Ava. Which means there are no outsiders in the school, and the culprit really is one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now, except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. This isn't gonna end well. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a united front during the next offensive battle. Can't you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb in Ava's body. Managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body. With her consent, of course. Shocking! Ava and consent? Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks, this puts me at ease. I'll probably add Ava to the team's arm for the next battle. Yeah, that should help out her combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Ah well, I've done my part. The rest is up to you. With that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? How should I do this? What was it that Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shola. To be honest, I didn't think they did. They had no concrete proof, but everything that had happened so far felt like it was part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students at this academy. No way. Shoma was a victim. If Hiroko, Tsubasa, Takamura, and Ava were also innocent, that leaves just 7 suspects. Darumi, Nozomi, Kiyoshika, Yugamu, Boko, Ima, and Karara. I'd never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU will fall apart and everyone will be annihilated by the invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. That was what the boy with the undying flame said. He must have known something like this would happen. Anyway, this is the only way of resolving all this that I can think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. I clenched my fist and resolved to devote myself to the investigation. Okay, so we gotta go manually to Ima's room. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Ima, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called her from the other side of the door. You're awake, Mr. Sumino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's gotta be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you, too. I think you may have even been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her. And in the first place, Kako, she killed herself. Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There was absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Accidentally killing the wrong person could be playing right into the hands of the real culprit. But I might lose my sense of reason if I continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now while I'm still in my right mind? I suspect that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. You may refuse to respond to any further attempts to talk. Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now. We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit is one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device is total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that is not possible. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a killer who would stop at 1 or 2 victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, but both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't. Takumi, say something. Huh? Well... I stammered hard because I was more in line with Kurara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. Sorry, I just remembered I had something I needed to do. Gotta go, bye! Wait, Takumi, go back here, please! I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bulleted out of the room and into the hallway. Man, Takumi. Ava's locked inside. What should we do with her? Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cool for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point in asking Ava about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. I chose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. And then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence for the reasons I previously explained. Ah, crap. I didn't mute in time. Then will you fight with us instead? What? Nancy's our bitch. Anyway, Veshtas, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team will be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely. Using a device she made. Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for a device because I was suspicious of you. It took self-enough to put the others at ease. Ava thought for a while about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear up the others first. Understood. I will wait. God, I don't know why I'm always fucking sneezing. It's because I work retail. I fucking hate it here. Anyway. Hiriko, you were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place?
Oh.
I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well.
Oh.
As your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hiriko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain... You know that's not what I meant. Anyway, have you already looked at Kako's body?
Oh.
Yes, and the other two as well. Huh? Edo and Gaku too. Didn't we already check Gaku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered two surprising facts after reinvestigating Kako's body. Surprising facts. The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hiriko walked to Kaku's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then she flipped the body over and, when I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? Marks of a stolen heart. What? Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out. Why would anyone do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. I did this tool and flipped Edo and Gaku's bodies over, only to see the exact same marks on them. A large empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. It was still on day 27, too. I checked Edo and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kako's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27. Perpetrator likely did the deed to all three at the same time. That may have been when they extracted Kako's cryptoglobin as well. Who? Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this serious events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they are simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy. Here's one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why did they go about this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was not a single further clue to be found. Things get stranger and stranger. Medicine, one of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life. And dealing death.
Oh.
How can I help you today, Takumi? I told you when I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Showa. But that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There were other cases to think about as well, like Theore's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I haven't found any further clues to those cases by my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first, while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She ingested tetrodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab, so the poison was taken from here. That would appear to be the case, whether by Kaku, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kaku. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door, and the cabinets are unsecured too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole Gammafiel, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gammafiel, the substance he used to knock Eva out on day 27. The very same. Huh? But if it's still here, then it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here. Several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get supplies that needed help from Hima, I saw that there was already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole it. The thing is, at the proper dilution, the substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of conscience. Perhaps that's what the thief wanted to use it for. Wait, you Gummo said it was a family recipe and called it Takumi. Who knows, maybe this is involved in making whatever the hell that is and call it Takumi that he uses to make the living idol ending. What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi. You're awake. I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? Whoa, can you be any more shameless? The criminal's role-playing as a detective. I'm not talking to you, I'm asking Shoba. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at him. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. You must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately before I realized I had been shoved into the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first two or three stabs. So you don't even know if it was a man or woman? No. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, "Die, die." Then you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with a voice changer. A voice changer, huh? I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takamaru were already there. Tsubasa, Takamaru, perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did. You guessed right, Takumi. The vice squad's missing. I knew it. The culprit stole it, huh? I think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the days Shoma regained consciousness. I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and the voice changer was already gone. Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24. So it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27. Before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako would kill herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening to Hiroko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how did the culprit get away? That's what we needed to figure out. And so here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know? We're all here to do the same thing, then. You mean... Yes, Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the place out together. Yes, we can trust each other since all three of us are safers. Safers. Those of us that can be safely removed to the list of suspects. Safers. That's true. And thus we began to investigate the gym. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takamaro shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over here! I found something crazy! He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. What in the world? No way, there really was a hidden tunnel. Or should I say, a hidden ladder? I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What'd you do? Told you I've got dogs here. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface and what do you know? A rotatable handle came flipping out. Grab the handle, pull it in. There you have it. Let's go see what's down there. Yeah. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually, I felt my toes touch the solid ground. What I saw there was... Isn't this... You know this thing? Yeah, and remember what I told you before. This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Huh? No way! Damn. Does that mean if we could get inside, we could go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opened to day 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Nope, this thing can't be opened from the outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So you have no choice but to wait until day 100. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit! By the way, have you guys forgotten about why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We were trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiroko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But the killer had been hiding in the storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time. You couldn't possibly have found him. Then after you and Hiroko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takamaro, Shuma, and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. 2 were missing. That's right, Ruby and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. The Ruby, though, she said she was playing slots or something. I thought she had been lying through her. She could have been lying through her teeth. But it's always possible that an outsider did. You made that life detection device yourself. Unless you're telling me you made that number up? I didn't know such thing. That was the correct number, but the correct killer could have already gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. An item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. I found my eye for some reason, and I walked slowly over to it to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief. So it seems. There's something embroidered on it. It reads IT. Information technology? Or maybe just it, as in it girl? Could it be referring to the initials of a name? Ima. Takuma. Glad we didn't have to do a whole shebang about that. When we exited the gym, we saw it was already nighttime. I asked Takamaro and Tsubasa to gather together before heading to Ima's room myself. Come on, Ima. I need you to ask about something. Somehow it felt like he would keep hiding if I told him about the handkerchief, so I decided not to say anything for now. We found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. I made that assertion even though I had no solid proof she had been killed because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believe me about my dear sister being murdered? Yes, can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in his son. Takamaru, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told him about how we found a place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After coming back out, we all headed to the cafeteria.
Huh?
So what was the clue you found? Before that, I need to check something with Darumi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, you were really playing slots at that time. Oh, you're still suspicious of it? Then check the machine's play log, then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. And how could I have possibly stabbed Shogun if I had been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Mayhaps it clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft? I'm no Spider-Woman, and that shaft had no foothold. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma. You're suggesting that there were two culprits. Indeed I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regard to the situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well. Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials? Wouldn't that refer to Ima Sukuma? I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means... Sir Ima killed Lady Kako. Are you out of your mind? Me, kill my very own dear sister. I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Darumi was the one to kill Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was cased in the joint. I told you it wasn't me! You picked this on me and I were accomplices. And I tacitly approve of my dear sister's murder. This is no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You're all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge? Of course I do. Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because... You see, are you feeling? You're feeling guilty. No. Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima! You all dashed after him. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. Of course he's tweaking. It's just like Box of Calamity. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima! The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What the fuck happened? And what was that thing? I had seen the onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Are you serious? Ima's been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. It's alright. We can probably figure out where they went. What? You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So much I thought he might just end up going missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. Tsubasa, you're one of the biggest war criminals here. What the fuck? You clever girl, you. Okay, let's all head back for now. Is nobody questioning this? We traced the transmitter and quickly found out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into 2 teams. The rescue team, me, Hiruko, Takamaru, Tsubasa, and Karada. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kiyoshika, Yugamo, Shoma, and Darumi. Must we rescue him even though he may very well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Well, we can't add one more or something? No, what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to lax on home security. In that case, Takumi. Yeah, it's time. Everybody, follow me. Sir Takumi, Lady Ava's on about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out. But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. I explained about the bomb in Ava's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work? If you feel like she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. I put the remote detonator in an astonished Hiriko's hands. How do you feel? Now do you feel reassured? Hiriko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. Alright then. We'll be right back. With Ima. Good luck. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ima was being held captive. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up the small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele.
Quenzele? Is that his name?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him?
We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out!
I love how Ava has 0 reservation. She's just like, yeah, just fucking kill him. He's a pervert. Well.
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
He's finally here! Like moths to a flame!
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery!
Understood.
Got it!
It's set! Told you it wouldn't take long!
The pain. It hurts. Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're... Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but... Does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Suddenly, Quenzele broke off and stared at someone behind us.
Overlord Vashnis!
As if.
What?
We all turned around at the same time, but...
There's no one there.
Don't tell me.
We turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
He got away?
Freaking coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been... Quenzled.
I've heard people say that unlobotomized Ava is top comedy, and she's just a 30. She's just a 30-year-old woman trying to relate to a bunch of fucking teenagers. After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now. Mr. Samino!
I swept my sword down on the lock and broke it apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then... I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye, right next to the cage.
A bomb?
The next moment... I exactly grabbed Ima from behind. The snap action meant my body shielded Ima from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ima, are you okay? Yes. But what about you? Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine. Huh? Huh? Mr. Samino? Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
Let's see here. How many days we skipped this time? The knockout round is route. I'm gonna call this the knockout route. I woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day since she mentioned it was mentioned in the announcement just now. We can't go fucking 3 days without fucking time skip. Look at this shit. This how stupid is this, Gie?
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips, and I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. Uh-oh. It seemed fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease. I think so. Has anything changed? If you mean the murder cases, we haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying that they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others... Oh, something else has changed though. Ima's been taking part in defensive battles. What? You shielded him back to the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he's still as persistent as ever and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everyone's suspicious of him. But he did say that he was willing to tell you and only you everything. Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later. Were you expecting me to not act right now after what you just told me? I jumped out and dashed outside immediately. Takumi, you're gonna pass yourself out again and we're not gonna wake up until day 99. Like it's fucking casual, bro. I swear to God. Mr. Sumino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because now I'm sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because a real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. It's my deepest desire to find the person who killed my sister Theorist. And then smash her face in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Yet, I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions. So I decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why didn't you kill the Durumi? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you? Yeah! Yes. When Kako's body was found, you and Durumi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were to kill her, but that can't be, right? Of course not. If so, then from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point in time. None other than Durumi. Yet you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumino, I see where you're getting at, and you are right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in the storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. It's big enough even for Takamaru and Moko to pass through. You're quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft, but couldn't see anything in the pitch-black darkness. Why didn't you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why'd you tell him? I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise you won't get angry. Yeah? Because my sister and I have intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I decided to continue the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister. And no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us to live together in the TRC again, just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here. Yeah! I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time. When I was putting it back in my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life. I felt like it would have been desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That's why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled non-stop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped inside. Ima, you're not an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake. I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know? I mean, yeah, it's pretty unusual to see Takumi awake in this fucking timeline. He's been asleep more than he's been awake in terms of day count. Anyway, what's up? I just wanted to know if there was a recon drone anywhere around here, with lights and cameras if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? It's kind of hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? Yeah, I'm thinking Knockout Route for the parody name. I could also just alternatively go with the Makoto Yuki route. Because my first comment about that poor fucker was the fact that he just slept all the goddamn time. It's kind of hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We needed to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Uh-oh, if there's a ventilation shaft here, that means I see how it is now. Yeah, exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of the shaft makes everybody in this academy a suspect. Including the Sapers for Shoma's case. Including me, yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of, sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it, though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we've learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards a school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building. Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with the body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. I'm more concerned about what we have found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? That thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Technically, we were able to retrieve because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about 1 inch long. So, currently Shoma's the main suspect. I looked at Eva and then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It's apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket, looked them both in the eyes, and said, Tell everyone together at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turned to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I just wanted one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun had set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time I found something, a faint trace of blood on the corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant... I answered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find out everybody already gathered there. Ava, you're here too. Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Eido's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator here suggests has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I took K the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you to yours later, Takumi. Nah, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see. I turned my gaze upward and slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Mr. Sumino, wait a minute, please. You said with absolute certainty my dear sister was indeed killed. Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promising you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed skull.
Good. Alright. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this. Here goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma. It was. The name of that person is...
The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... Green cough and small childlike body. Literally the only person that qualifies for that description is Shoma himself. Nobody else works for this. Also, I like how Takumi's off in the fucking corner. Anyway. Is Shoma the one behind this?
The real killer.
You! Shoma Genzaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth! And just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Well. I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 27. You met up with her before that on day 26. You tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym as asked. Where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing?
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put a bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you block the gym door using a mop as the latch. Thinking you can make her death seem like a suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew that Shaft was there, because you had seen Imo and Kako going down the trapdoor before. You did your homework and went down to check the storeroom as well, before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft. You used that vent to return to the school building. That is the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason.
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bands is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. The girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof?
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all us, only Kurara, Takamaru, and Shoma wear something green on them. The Kurara's Tomorrow mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrap can't be hers. The shade of green on Takamaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap, too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I just checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth strap. Indeed, I too witnessed that and have included they are a perfect match. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack, but you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth strap got torn off because of that. No, no, no! This is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Now this backfires all conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. You had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. So if we pursued the case as a murder, it would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost done by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you no time to do anything about Ima, so you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you can make everyone think you have been mutilated by the culprit, we had never even dreamed of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent?
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident when one died, because we had the revival manic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement, so that everyone could hear you. Then, you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times. Takumi would. Takumi has. In multiple Eidos.
It just doesn't make any sense.
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic, like Gammafail. Remember what Yagama said? At the proper dilution, the substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yep, and I still stand by that. It does make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where?
From the biolab.
That room is unlocked and everyone has access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. Alright. Assuming that I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me? There wasn't.
Because of the blood.
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the siren. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No. But nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where I found you.
What was it?
I saw bloodstains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains prove that the bloody knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce. Anyone could have left that behind to frame me.
We'll go with a bluff.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kako was holding. Your fingerprints were on it. Yeah, they barely ever use it. The last time we used this thing was in the second scenario when we were convincing Syria to let Shion join the team.
It can't be. It just can't. It can't. My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
No. That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean, it was just... Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX. It was none other than you! Shoma Genzake!
It's just like the lobotomy minigame. They only pull it out very rarely. Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Back off, Ema. You promised. So, which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there, right in front of me. You didn't lock the door. I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Under the bed or something. What did X say? X said...
I killed Gaku, and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately.
Oh my god, it's mysterious gray man from the Danganronpa games.
Yes. The bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Seaway.
Just who is this X person? I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true I wasn't stabbed by a person with that description, but the person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed by the way Gaku had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hanger, and ventilation staff. The tetrodotoxin. It was X who had taken that bottle of TTX too. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet me using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? To speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ema? If so, come with Ema to the gym tonight at 2 a.m. The plan was to kill not just Kako, but Ema as well. Because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their death seem like suicide. Only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified time, 2 a.m. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what he told me yet. First, I need to verify whether the information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she had shown up alone. But X also told me.
If you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ema. I was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly, X appeared again.
Ema probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building, Anne. Yes, I had been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the gamma veil. Once I did that, I sensed my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the gamma veil as well, along with the knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. His story thus told, Shoma slipped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiroko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that, Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everyone was looking at us in confusion. Probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it. I'm gone for it. I told you about X. The bomb inside me is gonna blow up now. Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. What was some of my level of skill and experience? So Mr. Gonzaki won't be executed. Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Soma so quickly nobody had time to react. He shoved Soma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell! Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at his mouth. Yugama darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. The Zombie Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. Now Shoma's in jail. We moved the unconscious Shoma to the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Also, he's sleeping standing up, because this game has budget limitations. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Gaku's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This is likely the same person that had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was by hook or by crook. And I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fist tightly. I will let nothing shake me from this for resolve.
Guys! Wake up! Something's happened!
Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened? What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, what happened to him? Just come with me, quickly. He's dead. We all knew where we were going. Everybody made a bad dash to the courtyard together. And Takumi's gonna be suspected again because he had the key. He ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, and then ran toward the cage without stopping. There we saw...
Shoma!
Yoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge. Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I took the key out of my pocket and slid it into the keyhole. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
Sweat.
What?
I touched his clothes and they were wet as well.
Is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the body, I knew already that was too much time had passed. But I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51, between 2 and 5 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon was likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. The hell's going on? How did the killer get the Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yes, I did, so nobody could have stolen the key from you while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It can't be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects. It's just Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing? Are we overlooking the other possibility that he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him. I can't think of any other reason he would wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? It had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some chamomile and a syringe. Yeah, ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of your mind. Takumi's right here, you know. Also Kameda. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. He moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There were now 4 bodies lying on the tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, "You've got what you deserved." Well, that cage was occupied for a very short time. After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was... a balloon. It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it in my pocket, just in case. Soon, the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon, and the darkness of night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after that, we skipped the cafeteria and headed to the rec room instead. This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. Because I don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did. We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. That would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most. It seems like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we had all been avoiding that particular issue. It was time to face reality. I steeled myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes. 12. The exact same number as the people present here. That means somebody among us is X. No, wait. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came up. Sadly, it's not possible. This device comes with a history log. At 4 a.m. last night, the number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. Aha, so Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 a.m. last night. Yeah. Miss Magadori, we were discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that, it neither went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. The thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. That's starting to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead, one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something, at least. Hey, Takumi, you're the leader. Come up with something. Maybe. How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day?
Huh?
Did someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because of your other 2 teammates could be working together. The situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... Yeah, done and done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Gang evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We've used curtains to divide up areas in the room, so everyone will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. It looks like we're all agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just have to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they try anything else. There's just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes. Which meant... Why are we skipping 25 days? Did you pass out again? I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at that time was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in a gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. Takumi! He awakens! Ain't one to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words. For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember, those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. That also means X is still... Yes, we still don't know who they are. Dog, the fuck? If we did, we would have thrown him in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now I got a better look at him. I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. We've all had to spend the last 23 days under this crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue is starting to show physically. Alright, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the Undying Flames. He showed himself.
Yeah!
Well, he was feeling very unwell, but he said he just had to tell us something. And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in his school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because the 2 teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby while people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of code had been entered into the transmitter would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That was supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last academy does not have a transmitter of its own. So bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I do not know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seemed like this information could be of some use to you. That's why I came here to tell you about it. A distress signal transmitter. I've never heard or seen such a thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split up in the groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. It doesn't matter. We'd have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of Axel is our top priority. Axel's the most likely one to kill Shelma. Or they could have ordered someone else to do it, like they did for Kako. Anyway, Axel's absolutely involved in Shelma's murder. As long as we can figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. Alright. I clenched my fist tightly. Hiroko Tsubasa, come with me.
Oh.
What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have a breakfast first? I'm starving. And thus, Hiroko Tsubasa and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why is there so many sky CGs in this route? Why'd you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day. But why choose us? No reason in particular. I just felt like it. Felt like it. One of us could very well be X. Then it'll be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody has an alibi for 4 a.m. on day 51, right? When Shoba was killed. Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Ava was in Eido's room, actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon or any other clues? So far, we haven't found anything. In that case, best way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. You're likely to use a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that? What's the best line of investigation to pursue? How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when he was first found, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then... a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser had opened. Or an open dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water slowly considerably went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I had been any closer. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking that, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Hiroko Tsubasa staring at me in confusion when they proceeded to my next destination. The cage where Shoma had been held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath, and the bars are as strong as can be. There is a hidden tunnel, though. We established this in the other routes, Hiroko. No scratches on the lock either. No traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it's supposed to be modeled after a bird cage. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my gaze to the bottom of the cage, but something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the cage is impossible to move manually. It literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint of the courtyard on the war room's computer that had some information about it. I see, so it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. Did you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope. I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It's set before that world Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area. Including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures have been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. But when that amount of pressure caused the windows to break. What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows. They're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look careful around you. You see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way this guy could be visible from here. We are inside the school, after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides connecting to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Oh, right. They opened up after Siri released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is completely sealed space. A completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet. There's just one more thing. This. A balloon. Oh. The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Giftomatic. Giftomatic. We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Giftomatic resulted in a few discoveries. Alright, thanks for joining, Coco. So, in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material. The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blown up. According to history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data, and only that data, has been erased. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back into my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has a caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. Why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of the events unfolded. A clearer picture. And when will that happen? Probably by 7 p.m. tonight. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet me had arrived. It was exactly 7 p.m. when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." Why not ask them to meet up in the courtyard to begin with? What is this important thing we had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward and slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Who did it? First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma when he was locked inside a locked cage? Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
All right. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma, it was. The name of that person is...
The person who killed Shoma is... I have no fucking clue. Like, genuinely. Because we confirmed it's X or whatever, right? So it can't be these blokes. And that includes Kiyoshika here, too. It can't be Ava. That leaves Tsubasa, Darumi, Hiruko, Takamaru, and Nemo. I don't think Darumi was paying super close attention to be able to know that the water fountain is able to go up. Tsubasa seems to know the most information. So we'll go with her at first. And if we get the bad ending, we get the bad ending. And I'll just look it up afterwards. Is Tsubasa the one behind this? We know she's capable of murder because of Boss of Calamity. So I am so sorry to do this, my girl. The real killer is you, Tsubasa Kiwano. Wait a minute, are you out of your mind? How is that even possible? Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was, you know. It's all very simple. You were... Yep, bad ending. Okay, so... This guy's stinking the high heavens. Of course he is. He is X after all. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us let our guard down. After that, he'll tell us there's no need to travel in groups to sleep together anymore and then commit the next crime. So he brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him. It really does make sense. Yes, it does indeed. It's just like the fucking Danganronpa bad ends. One after another, the others start voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... Jail. In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember, but it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Day 100. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside, only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was.
Ava.
I didn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She had been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
When I checked her body, she wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, that seems like she had died a few hours ago as well. Thinking everyone might be in their rooms, I proceeded to the roof. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Still convinced there had to be somebody around, I opened every single door to check. Takamaru's room, Hiroko's room, Darumi's room, the rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Ferraro's room was next, and when inside, my glance fell on her bed. Lying there was...
No! Kurata too!
I checked her body. Like Ava and Kiyoshika, she was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe?
Clinging to her as a ray of hope, I decided to move Kurata's body to the infirmary. But... too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. Was all the monitor would display. I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at a pit in my stomach. But it's fine. It's going to be fine. That's why I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then any other rooms I had yet checked. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw...
Yugamu.
There was no need to even check his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin, and it spraying the rest of the rest of my body. The last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside. And then... when I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I like how Darumi Skirt just defies physics. Hiriko's doesn't, though. But we don't actually see anything. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over the bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Takamaru, Ima, Darumi, and Tsubasa's heart had been removed through their backs. Acting on a hunch, I peered underneath Hiriko's throat, hoping to check her back as well. There was a large empty cavity there as well, just as I suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculty has been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted to the spot in the daze for quite some time, then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sense of suspicion flashed through the back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I was put into prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 12, which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. We fought so hard in defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Veshnas. And yet, this is what we woke up to.
Takumi. You killed them all, right?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusation jolted my mind into action. I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me! I went through the same ordeal too! My cage was unlocked when I woke up and I walked out to almost everybody dead!
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Moko was right. The 3 of us are the only ones still alive. It stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer.
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
It was...
I'm thinking Nozomi then. If these 2 are the only survivors left. A, because of Gi. And, oh, of course it's fucking 3 choices. Like, really? Ending slap. Anyway. Because of Gi stuff and then science stuff. I believe she's kind of sciencey, so. We're going with Nozomi.
I'm sorry, Nozomi, but you're the only one who could have done this!
How could he even say such a thing? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. No, forget it. I don't care anymore. Everyone died like that. So I... He suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire.
Wait! Nozomi!
I quickly followed her. Before long, we reached the wall of fire, but Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running at full speed, right into the wall of fire.
No!
This wasn't what I wanted. All because I made that accusation. Because of me, Nozomi. No, wait. It's going to be fine. I still may be able to make it. I'll save Nozomi, drag her out of those flames, and my body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I lost myself into the fiery flames. The very next moment, I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Ba-da-ba. A kind heart. Well done. Oh, that's fucked. At any rate. We'll go Moko next and then Takumi, and then go back to the other decision and figure out who the fuck actually did it. Moko. So Moko all along. She lifted the cage up and just fucking brute forced it.
You! Moko Mochiro!
You killed everyone. It had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Holy shit, it was Moko. Moko charged me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away, and slashed her neck. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other. My strength gave out and the butcher knife fell to the ground. Immediately after...
Moko! Moko!
The zombie screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife that had fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly.
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my conscience faded into nothingness. Revenge for Moko. And now, lastly, let's accuse ourselves.
I think I probably just didn't remember it.
Because there was no way either one of you here could have done all that. That means it must be right. It wasn't me. I must have killed everybody, somehow, without being conscious of it. I slumped my shoulders and hung my head weakly. Immediately after, I knew it. But as Moko said that, she reached behind her back and took out a large butcher knife. Damn, we don't even get the CG? Next thing I knew, I was staring at my kneeled body, arms drooping lifelessly to both sides. How was I able to see my own body from this angle? That was the last thought that ran through my mind before I blacked out completely. Terminated Sumino. So we're gonna go with Moko for our next guess, if not Nozomi. We're pointing fingers at Moko. She's the one who literally kills in 2 of the 3 bad ends. The real killer is... you, Moko Mojiro! Alright, Daft, how does that even work? Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was, you know... Okay, so this is not correct? I'm not even gonna bother going for that shebang before a decision. So we'll try Nozomi next. Real killer is... you, Nozomi Kirifuji. Takumi, what do you mean? How could I have done that? Very well. No? Takumi himself somehow, as the gear?
I don't have any memories of it, but the killer, it could very well have been me.
Give ourselves some time. Let's see here. Oh, there's 3 endings. Okay. Yeah, like I've been saying all this time, right? But how could you not have any memories? It's simple. I just don't remember. Then you cannot be the killer. But I don't believe any of you here could have done something so cool. Also, I'm the only one who could have gotten inside since the key was with me. There are also other reasons too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? That would make sense if I was the culprit, because of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as an after effect. Those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly. I could have gotten up subconsciously at night and did all those things without even being aware of it, right? That's what I'm saying. It was probably me, maybe. Then you leave us with no choice but to lock you up in a cell. Are you okay with that, Takumi? No. You're still trying to put up a fight even after you've confessed? I wasn't confessing. I was just saying it's a possibility. But you're so confident you knew who the killer was. You're being utterly incoherent. Anyway, hold him down, everyone. Okay. Stop. Stay away from me. I said, stay away. I screamed and started running. You bastard, stop right there! I burst out of the room into the hallway and just kept running. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all my pursuers after running around the school haphazardly.
I'll be in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall and grabbed the fire extinguisher before sneaking outside. Before long, I arrived at the wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in ambush there. Yugamu. You are X. No! Well, you basically admitted it just now. I told you, I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses. Now I can finally kill you without regrets. What? Have you forgotten that I'm an assassin? Wait, does that mean... Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked towards me with a smirk on his face.
Stop!
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yugamu! How could you do this?
Hey, this wasn't my fault. I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention at all.
Shut up!
I charged at Yugamu with a feral roar and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balances and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. The very next moment, our bodies were vaporized in the blink of an eye. My consciousness seized just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Ba-ba-ba. Dance in the purple flames. They needed to fill out the ending counter. Ending slop, as I call it. Now then, we still have to figure out who the fuck did it. We'll go with Ima next, since he has the most likely motive. The real killer is Ima Tsukuma. Why would you talk about Mr. Sumino? How could I even done that? Nope. Yuriko? No, we'll go with the Rumi next. We'll see what happens. I want to kill him, huh? Nope. Okay, let's go here. Go next. Nope. Am I just a fucking moron? Am I missing something here? Not yet. We'll go with Yugamu next. Is this the correct one? Nope. I mean, it's true in other routes. Oh shit, it actually was Ava.
Real killer. You! Ava!
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
I would love to see how he drew this conclusion. What makes you think I'm the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. He had been stabbed multiple times. That means he had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked. And you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key. So you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way. The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design? What are you talking?
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage isn't secured in place.
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true. That cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying...
You used buoyancy.
Buoyancy. That's right. You made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain there, right? You opened its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning into something like an erupting geyser or open dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Whoa. Oh, I'm sorry. Your explanation's so outrageous, I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because those walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special purpose?
This place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leak. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of that fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise from the top to the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 a.m. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 a.m. for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, the entire cage is made out of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said so itself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water. Boy.
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons. Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 liters. You inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, you put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of displaced water. Takumi, how the fuck do you know this? 100 balloons at a total of 10 liters each is equal to 100 kilograms. In other words, the fact is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You barely need to use a single finger to lift it down. You are easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110-liter rubber balloons, but that's just not... It'd be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely, use a certain tool.
A certain tool? Well...
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
It's mounted on wheels and can be easily moved here. Using that will make it a literal breeze to fill up all of those balloons. I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside. Yet the revival medics say his cause of death is hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
You cannot answer. Can I conclude that I've won this argument then? Wait, what did I get wrong? Give me a minute. I need to rethink this. Please stop wasting my time. I'm trying to think. Was it because of the neck thing?
Doesn't that conflict? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before.
Nope. Okay.
Shoma.
You mean he untied them? All while trying to desperately stay afloat. I've heard more believable miracles. Wait, what did I get wrong?
Doesn't that if your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
There we go.
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. Soma kept his head above the water surface and breathed through his mouth, gaping and gasping for air the whole time. You took this opportunity to lift up the cage while underwater, slip inside and stab him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened up the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body.
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
What? I just mentioned how that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research.
Huh?
Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment. Which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining all water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to lack of time, however, the water didn't dry out completely. When we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough, though, plus we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's when we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did not notice was that Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand. This is our foolishness. Let me summarize what you were trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, and stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve to handle the open drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I'm neither a diver nor a mermaid. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even one of the things you're accusing me of.
No. It's absolutely possible.
You used your mask, Ava. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe up for 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater, though.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that, but someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava! You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
No! 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 No!
Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been frightened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 a.m. on day 51. Just before the murder, I heard a knock on my door. And you opened it. Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside the door did flash through my mind briefly, but I am not a part of the SVU and I wasn't even here when you saw the starting note. I assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body. Here it is, in case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? Maybe they stole it from one of us? No, X said they'd obtained it through the proper channels, from Tsubasa herself. No. I duplicated a device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiruko and never got it back, and I haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That is fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey, Ava, just one thing. Yes? X said they'd blow you up if they told the others about him, right? Yes. And that's what you're doing now. You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet? Indeed. I believe they could if they wanted to. Your device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in a sleeve or on their chest or around the waist so no one can notice. It would be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X did not do that for one particular reason. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time will be blown to smithereens. 25! That makes a blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. That's why X is pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in the blast as well. And it's not like they could simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you are. And that's why X got their hands tied, eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Ava. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything else about X? Their height, body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shoma previously described and used a voice changer as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but Ava looked down. A short but hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
How'd you figure that? By their mannerisms. Their mannerisms. You know how some people will subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something? Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who is X?
All right, I will tell you. X is. The real identity of X is.
Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My side started working overtime as I went through all the possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone in the blast over being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now before Ava could reveal their identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Ava might say the wrong name? If she did, X could just sit back and watch the show without doing anything. If she really said X's real name, they could always just press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for Ava to say that name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There's literally no time for me to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... ending slop. We're gonna let Ava say it. We'll see what happens. I decided to let Ava finish her sentence without interruption. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Ava? X got your tongue. Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why did you pretend like you knew? At Eva's question, Ava suddenly... She smirked a loud chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course, you're afraid, right? You're afraid to die. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you're still the one who killed Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone with you with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's true identity. Wait, that means you're going along with us all this time was just an act? When you said you hated Vashnis, was that a lie too? Also, you could gain her trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight. Ava said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second, but something else did. Her hands. The detonator's on a joint on my left-hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Ava at the breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly.
Get away, everyone!
At that, everyone made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Ava grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw her raise foot and I found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit, and that's where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side and were just about the same distance away as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Ava's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
She pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Not the kamikaze. Well, day 80. Didn't get quite as far this time. Congratulations, Takumi. It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact that I was somehow still alive. Come to think of it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remember the lavender fragrance. Hiroko. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. And then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Mocha are gone? Exactly what I meant. They were both missing when I woke up. You were the last 3 on watch last night, right? Yes, but halfway through my shift, I felt the pain in my neck like something had pricked me. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. When you woke up, they were both gone. That's what I've been trying to say! It was at this point that everybody finally noticed I was awake. Sir Takumi, I see you have decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days to no see.
Oh!
Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah. Hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Mocha? Yes, the 9 of us heroes split up into groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided to decide on the following groups. Group 1, me and Nozomi Darumi. Group 2, Takamura, Kurara, Kiyoshika. Group 3, Hiroko, Yugamu, Ima. Let's go find them. And thus, we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Mocha. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any traces of them. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly, we heard a strange voice coming from the schoolyard. Bad news! Team Takumi and Takamura, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now. We gave each other knowing glances before rushing towards the stairwell together. Takamura's team was already at the parking lot by the time they arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiroko and Takamura's teams were staring to gape at something near the top of them. Dread started to pull in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously, looking in the direction of the stairs. What I saw was...
No. No! How?
It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face as I felt sick to the bone. 5 of my friends are dead. I don't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Tsubasa. Subjects. Tsubasa Kuwana. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon was likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in my body. Impossible to revive. Subject, Moko Mojiro. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Lacerated carotid artery. The murder weapon likely a sharp blade of unknown length. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Damn it, didn't Mocha fit under her sheets in the same size as Shoma. Hey, do you mind if I mention something? Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others. Wait, how'd you know about the hearts being sold? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told him about it. Ah, right. But I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. And what is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while you were moving her body just now. Narumi walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so we could see the strange thing on her back. 2. Think so. Could be a Z or an N as well. I don't know. The mark is small enough to be completely covered by a hand. Not located in the center, but more towards the left side of the spot. This is indeed curious. The purplish color even makes it look like a bruise. But what could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's back as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone one that looked like a number. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko! Moko! Nozomi clung to Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated through the hushed morgue. That's what you get for knife murdering us in pretty much every route. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Kurara suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device. 9, same as the number of people here. Ain't it about time you just showed your hand, X? You're one of us here, ain't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would be happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. I bet this X fessed up and we promised not to throw your sick little ass into jail. Oh, come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't you go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there's 2 killers among us. Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree. X should still have some of that anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yes, going back to sleeping in our own rooms may be the better option at this point. On the condition that nobody opens the door until the morning announcement. Are we clear on that? I'm surprised we did time skip again, considering the 2 dead bodies. I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. That's what I'm saying! I didn't know why. It wasn't like I'd been cured of the fainting disease. During the day, we split up into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko, but we didn't find a single clue. Soon, the sun started setting. Darkness took over. It happened right after bedtime announcement had played. The sound of the doorbell sounded chill on my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over to the door, where I was greeted by a familiar voice from the other side. I know what you're thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiriko's X, right? But you'd be wrong. I am not X. Yeah, you say that, but just listen to me. I need to tell you something. You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator from Ava's bomb. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I'm going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I'll be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went completely silent. What should I do? I don't believe Hiriko is X, but... Damn it! I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. I've never been an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened if I had really been X? But you said you weren't. Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. I gritted my teeth in frustration, then said, Anyway, what is this thing you remembered? Hiriko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. It's that strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her liver mortis code. Liver mortis code. It is a unique number that appears on the back of all SDU members when they lose almost all of their cryptoglobin. Only those from Team 1 have this. Where did you hear about this? That is a 3-day long story I can tell you another time. All I can tell you now is this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to Shoma's body next. Removing the sheet covering him, she flipped his body around so that his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there. Shoma too. Yes, I believe X must have done this. But when? We've been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there was just one sliver of opportunity that X could have had to take advantage of. What's that? When Ava self-destructed, everyone got caught in a blast and were knocked out. It was the next morning by the time we regained consciousness. X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, San. Hiriko showed me Edo and Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Gaku's body over. Now we have 4 cases on hand. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs with the liver mortis code has been cut out. Well done. Is it the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The liver mortis code only shows up for those from Team 1. Sumoko is from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code-free. After saying that, Hiriko returns the bodies to their original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I am guessing it is because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If their bodies were left in their original state, somebody was bound to notice the code sooner or later.
Oh.
So they cut out the part with the code out in order to keep them hidden from us. Why dig out the hearts too? Most likely a red herring. Think about it.
Oh.
What would be the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away? I would think there would be something in our bodies as well. You see? Now you're getting it. You would think X is targeting something invisible in that part of our bodies, right? And what would you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something, like a tattoo of a soaring dragon. X would likely be highly inconvenienced if we did that. That is why they took out the heart as well. They must believe their target was not that patch of skin on our backs, but the hearts in our bodies. That's why X did that. Though that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X's objective has to do with the knowledge of the liver motors codes. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out that particular part of the skin. Not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that is true, why set up the red herring? Because if X's objective was to know what the codes were, they could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in the forest, yet X did none of these things. Why? I'm not sure, but maybe they needed the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason. You think so too? Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies here. But by so doing, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the liver mortis codes. And that's why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the body preserved? That's why I'm trying to find out. Let's put that aside for now and talk about something else. Why does X want to know about the liver code? Why does X want to know what the liver mortis codes are? It has to do with the stress signal transmitter. The transmitter the boy with the undying slaves told us about. I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Once the correct series of codes have been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned. It must be referring to the liver mortis codes. Yes, there are 10 people on Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the liver mortis codes of the 9 people indicates that 9 people have entered total death. Total death. It means a complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did I come across all this information? The same way I came across the previous information, by remembering them. On the 3-day long story we're talking about. Yes, I will explain further when the time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does this mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? It is very likely. So that he can leave this school. Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located. Because the liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That is the logical line of reasoning. Keep going. If we find a distress signal transmitter cells, we may have to find a clue to X's identity. Hiroko nodded deeply at my words. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? It's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Alright. Hiroko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It is almost 6. If we're not in our rooms for the morning announcement, the others may suspect us of being X. Yes, we should call it a day for now, Anne. Just as Hiroko was about to finish the sentence. Hi. Karara. Oh, this is not going to turn out well. Shh, hide yourself. What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go anywhere alone, remember? So why is Karara wandering around by herself then? Oh, now you mention it. We peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Karara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. The sound of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Karara went upstairs. I mean, we are on the ground floor. But she just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs. Are you saying... We started investigating the area around the staircase, groping around wall surfaces to see if we could find anything. And then...
What is this?
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Behind the door was a staircase leading down to a pitch darkness.
Kurata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
This place. I cannot believe we are still discovering new places in the school on day 82. It's freezing in here. Hearing funny jokes made in the heat of the room shrivel up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There's a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Hiroko and I approached the device and stared at the display monitor. Is this what I think it is? There was a user manual of sorts at the bottom left part of the screen, which read, Distress Signal Transmitter. Enter the liver Mortis code of each SDU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released in the tank behind the device. This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned.
Oh.
This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we were looking for. To think it's been here this whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around the other areas of the room. In the next moment, I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because my attention had been on the device. An object in the corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was... Kurara Ozuzuki's dead body.
Wait. What? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see? This is definitely Kurara Osuzuki. I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
I've seen her face before too.
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurata.
But the real Kurata is here. Which means...
Zenta?
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
fuck? Man, I didn't know this shit had a story lock too. Man, we're getting cucked all over the goddamn place. That means we have to beat some other fucking ending in order to get to that root of the cause. Let me double check real quick. Reach story lock 2. What the fuck is story lock 2? Let's see here. SF route. But that makes zero fucking sense because we can't get ending 100 if we fucking... Because this is ending 97. So I'm assuming this leads to like 98 and then there's probably one more choice down here, whatever. That turns to 99 and 100. But it's saying that we need... That for story lock 2... I have no idea how this fucking works. I thought it was just SF that had fucking story locks. God damn it. What the hell was the point of this then? Anyway. I guess we'll just do the rest of what we can do for story... For, mystery route and then come back to it later? Maybe? Okay. Ugh. Anyway, we'll shut Ava up.
Ava, stop! Don't say anything.
Hey, what are you up to now? Where have four of you stopped her? I explained my reasoning to the others. I get it. You were afraid X-Men might try to take us all down with them. At that, all of a sudden we heard... Ava burst out laughing to everyone's astonishment.
Mind sharing the joke with the rest of the class?
The joke is how you are all being so obtuse.
What?
It's the same.
What is?
Your ultimate destiny.
Wait, are you?
I shouted, but it was already too late. Ava had pinched her little finger and pulled it out without any hesitation. Ba-da-ba. Pinky promise. Uh-oh. Autosave's corrupted because of the story lock. Amazing. Okay. Alright, so now we go back, fuck up the Shoma deduction, see what that ending has in store for us. And then I guess we're done with mystery route for now then. Because we cannot progress in the actual main fucking plot because this game's stupid. So yeah, let's get Shoma wrong. Can we blame it on a dead guy? No, I'm gonna point the finger at Gaku's corpse. I think it'd be funny. Fuck you, Gaku! This is what happened. This is your fault for making me have to avoid conspiracy to get the true ending. We don't kill her, this. You, Gaku Maruko! What? Huh? But Gaku's not even here. Of course he's not. Somebody killed him. Takumi, now I'm starting to feel like you have to be the killer after all. It has to be him. He's being deathly suspicious right now. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage of the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. And he's gonna skip 50 fucking days at once. Let's go! Or 49 to be exact. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I opened my eyes, I saw the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Wondering where everyone had gone, I decided to walk around the campus and search for them. I went to the garage on the ground floor first. I opened the door and I stepped inside, where I found...
Tarumi.
I hadn't even needed to check. She was clearly already gone. I went closer and touched her arm anyway. It was scaly and dry to the touch. She had been quite a while since she passed. I checked her back and I saw a large gaping hole there. Her heart had been removed from her back.
Why would someone do this?
I put that disturbing thought aside and quickly continued searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, I knew she had died a while back as well. I flipped her body around gingerly. Her back was still intact. Her heart hadn't been stolen. I decided to search all the classrooms thoroughly. Then I checked the first floor, second floor, and third floor. I checked even the roof. But there was nobody to be found. My last destination was the gym. The moment I opened the door, I could hardly believe my eyes.
What happened here?
I checked everybody's body. They were all cold to the touch. Just like with Darumi and Kiyoshika.
No, wait. Maybe.
Clinging to a ray of hope, I moved everybody to the infirmary. But... too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. Was all the monitor would display. I thought I heard the sound of my heart breaking when those words flashed across the screen for the sixth time. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over their dead bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Hiroko, Tsubasa, and Ima's hearts had been dug out from their backs. Kurahara, Moku, and Yagama's backs remained intact. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. I had left the building and walked around the back. What greeted me there was a familiar sight.
Shoma.
The sight of a dead body that had been divested of its heart. I wondered where my own heart had gone. I could no longer feel it beating, like it had stopped. It felt like time had stopped, like the world had stopped. Everything had stopped. But time had not stopped, as proven by the gradual darkening of my surroundings. I wandered around the academy with no purpose, until I finally stumbled upon the 10th dead body. To be more precise, the 10th and 11th dead bodies.
Takimaru. Ava.
I checked out Kamaru's back. His heart had been taken, ripped out of his body. Ava's back was untouched. No other part of her body had been cut either. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing soundless breeze swooped past. The breeze rose me in my senses and my gears in my head started turning again. 11. But I was put in the cage on day 50. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were... The very next moment, a great amount of blood suddenly started burning out from my neck. I understood for the first time in that moment that I was still alive. And at the same time, I realized I'd be dead in 2 seconds. But I had no way of telling if that prediction of mine came true or not. Because by then, my existence had already been erased from the world. Lost in darkness. Okay, autosaves are back now. Literally, you just can't fucking save for story locks. Amazing. Okay, so that's literally all the mystery we could do right now, because I did not realize it had fucking story locks. I thought that was an SF feature exclusively. So instead, next time what we'll be doing is doing Killing Game. And then probably what I'll do is do Killing Game, go back, do Slasher and Comedy. And then we'll see if the story lock is unlocked by then. If not, then we go and do SF. If so, we finish up Mystery, then we do SF. Because I'm assuming Mystery, what remains of it at this point, is not enough to fill up 4 hours. Anyway, for the time being, good night.